She was just a broke art student, one job away from losing everything.
He was a ruthless Vegas king. Wealthy, dangerous, untouchable.
And one secret shattered everything.
If you are new here, please consider subscribing. Your one click can make my day.
Prologue. Killian. Christ, Kill! Stop messing around with your food! My brother Grizz snaps into the phone. I don't bother replying. Kind of hard to chat when you're crouched in a shadowy alley, spying on a secret deal. So I stay quiet. Although, truth be told, I might have ignored him anyway. I've always been the sort who does whatever the hell I want. Are you handling this or what? Grizz demands, his voice low and dangerous. Because if you're dragging your feet, I'll handle it myself. He's trying to rile me up. That's brotherhood for you. We both know who the real killer is between us, and it sure as hell isn't him. Hell, it's practically in my name. Then I hear a woman's voice, sleepy and soft. His fiancée, Arabella. Is everything okay, Grizz? It's fine, baby, he says, sounding downright ridiculous with how sweet his voice turns when he talks to her. Are you cold? I'll come warm you up. God, I mutter, rolling my eyes in the dark. You judging me, you psycho? Grizz barks. I hear a door open and slam shut on his end, like he's moving into another room for privacy. You're supposed to take care of Preston Wingate. Quit screwing around and get it done. I hang up without a word. I don't answer to Grizz, but he should know one thing. I always finish my jobs. In front of me, the same tired show is playing out yet again. That moron Preston Wingate's busy collecting a fat bundle of cash from some enormous Russian guy covered in ink. I lean against the brick wall, quietly watching the whole thing. I'm not stalling for the fun of it. Not even close. Preston Wingate's on the verge of digging his own grave. He's cozying up to the Russian bratva here in Vegas, trying to peddle secrets about the Kincaids. And listen, I might be a lunatic, but even I'm not reckless enough to try cutting deals with the Russians. On the plus side, the bratva are bound to take Preston out themselves. I've eavesdropped on plenty of these shady meetings, and Preston's got nothing real to sell them. Meanwhile, the Russians are getting more furious every time he pockets another wad of their cash. We heard this same nonsense last time, snaps the one I'm pretty sure is named Alex, and it's nothing we couldn't look up in public records. Preston's shifting on his feet, looking even paler than usual. His pasty face practically glows white in the shadows. Yeah, that's right, you spineless idiot, I mutter under my breath. Dance for them like the coward you are. It's not that I'm squeamish about killing, but honestly, Preston's no challenge. He's soft. He's stupid. I've had 100 chances to off him in the last 2 months, but it would have been boring. Besides, these Russians are shaping up to be the real hunt. The longer Preston stays breathing, the more intel I gather about my family's newest problem. I already knew the bratva have a thing for this piano bar. One of them's some kind of genius pianist who likes to play here. I'd been staking out the place and keeping tabs on them ever since they swooped in and stole a casino deal right out from under our noses. But my focus on the Russians shifted the second Grizz decided to steal Preston's fiancée, Arabella Kincaid. Gotta admit, Preston was almost clever. Almost. Marrying the Kincaid princess might not have handed him all their secrets, but it would have given him control over Arabella's shares and a seat on the Kincaid board. Our family's already pulling in stacks of cash here in Vegas, but the Kincaids, right now, they're top dogs. the absolute kings of the Vegas real estate game, though probably not for long. Anyway, Preston got cocky, thought he had the girl locked down, and ended up cheating on her before the wedding even happened. Then Grizz showed up. And my brother's the kind of good-looking that makes women lose their minds. Preston Wingate never stood a chance. In just a few days, Grizz had blown up the engagement and claimed Arabella for himself. What surprises me most is how damn serious Grizz seems about her. How genuine he acts. She's got to have something special going on. None of my brothers are exactly sentimental types, least of all me, but that's a different and royally screwed up story. The important part is this. After Arabella broke it off with Preston, the bastard beat her up. And people think I'm the sociopath. That's when Grizz decided Preston needed to die. And lucky for me, my two side projects, the Russians and Preston Wingate, merged into one. Because if the Bratva decide to eliminate Preston themselves, I get to keep gathering intel on them at the same time. Couldn't ask for a better scenario. Just then, I hear a door from the restaurant clatter open into the alley. Damn it. Probably one of the staff taking out the trash. The Russians don't mess around, and anyone who crosses them tends to vanish for good. Which is fine by me. I couldn't care less who ends up dead, as long as it's not her. There's this one waitress I can't stop watching every time I'm here. Something about the way she moves, the sound of her laugh, the curve of her lips. The other waitresses call her Chloe. I'm still debating whether I just want to sleep with Chloe, or do far dirtier things to her. But one thing's certain. I'm not about to let these Russian bastards lay a hand on her before I figure it out. The Russians fade back into the shadows. Preston ducks behind the dumpster like the little rat he is. A cook comes outside, whistling as he swings two big trash bags up and into the dumpster. The bags hit the bottom with a heavy thud, echoing down the narrow alley. Then the cook heads back inside and locks the door behind him. As for me, I've seen all I need to see tonight. It gives me a perfect excuse to keep an eye on Chloe. Grizz said I'm just playing with my food. A slow, wicked grin tugs at my lips. Yeah, that's probably true. Because when it comes to my little waitress, I'm definitely ready to play. And it's game on.
Chapter 1. Chloe. Hey there, sweetheart. A man from the corner booth lifts a hand, calling for me. He's the typical type that hangs around here, slicked back hair, overpriced shoes, and a belly that spills over a designer belt from years of sipping premium bourbon. We'll take another round. Of course. I give him a polite nod and head to the bar. Mike's working tonight. Thankfully, he's one of the good ones, always quick with a joke instead of an attitude. Hey, Mike, 2 more Macallans? 12-year? He asks with a grin. Nope, 18. These guys won't touch it unless it's practically ancient. He lets out a whistle and shakes his head. You're in for some solid tips tonight. I sure hope so. I need every cent. The spring semester's wrapping up, but I've still got one more in the fall before I'm done. I'm paying out of pocket for everything my scholarship doesn't cover, which means my next payment's due next week, and that's already the late deadline. With the 2 glasses on my tray, I straighten my fitted black button-up, smooth my ponytail, and plaster on my customer smile. My black slacks are tighter than comfort allows, and my heels feel like torture devices, but they help with the tips, so ideal. In the corner, the usual piano guy stands up and offers the keys to a guest. I've heard him before, a heavily tattooed Russian. One of the girls said the ink on his fingers marks him as Bratva. I don't care who he is. His group tips well, and I take their table whenever I can, though lately I've been keeping my distance. Things changed a couple weeks ago. One of the Russians started getting handsy. He even slipped me his number. Since then, I've been letting the other girls handle their drinks. Safer that way. Sure, it's hurt my income, but I know better than to flirt with fire. Guys like that don't take no well. Best to stay out of his reach until he gets bored. Instead, I deliver the aged whiskey to the two older guys. Music starts up again. The Russian on the keys plays with a skill far beyond anyone else here. He's the real deal. I'd love to stop and listen, but duty calls. I lean in and set one glass in front of the guy on the inside of the booth. That's when his buddy grabs a handful of me. I don't flinch, I just keep smiling. If a little grope means a bigger tip, fine. But that's the line. They can ogle all they want. I'm not on anyone's menu. As he squeezes my backside, I subtly adjust my stance and place the second drink in front of him. Here you go, sir. Appreciate it, darlin', he says, cheeks flushed from the alcohol. He leans in, eyes gleaming. Tell me something. You looking for a little fun tonight? Great. These situations take finesse. One wrong move, and there goes the tip. Serving you fine gentlemen is fun enough, I reply with a playful laugh and walk away, leaving them chuckling behind me. I know my voice has a sultry edge, mezzo-soprano, like singers from old records, and guys seem to like it. Add in my honey blonde hair, green eyes, and my mom's warm-toned Mediterranean complexion, and it draws plenty of attention. That, and the curves, especially from the back. Still, I don't date, never have. I'm too busy. And even if I wasn't, it's just not worth it. Pushing those thoughts away, I keep moving. The crowd's getting louder, the drinks flowing faster. Callie's tied up in one of the private rooms, so I bring a round of vodka to the Russian table. My nerves spark, but I bury the feeling and approach. The one who gave me his number, Alexander, I think, locks eyes with me. His tattooed fingers tighten around his glass as I force a neutral smile. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I straighten instinctively. My gut never lies. Something's off. Scanning the room, I catch a dark figure sitting alone in the far corner. I know that guy. Don't know his name. Never served him. But he's almost always here. Sometimes he stays for a drink. Other nights he lingers until closing. The other waitresses joke about how hot he is and how generous, but I don't care how pretty he might be. Something about him screams danger. I usually pawn off his table when it's my turn. Not worth the unease. Right now, his eyes are locked on me. Cold. Empty. That dead stare of someone who could hurt without flinching. Not out of rage, but because they enjoy it. That's the worst kind of man. He lifts his glass, and I catch a glimpse of tattoos snaking across his hands. Same style as the Russians? And now that I think about it, he only ever shows up when they're here. I shake off the thought. Doesn't matter, the less I know about him, the better. Then Alexander stands up. He's beside me before I can even register the movement. So close I can feel the heat from his body. He leans in, his breath brushing my ear. You never called. My smile slips. I think about pretending I lost his number, but that would just delay the fallout. Instead, I shift the tray to one hand and slide a plastic coaster between us. I should have said this earlier, but I don't date customers. It's a house rule. He narrows his eyes, then moves my tray aside to close the gap again. You need to understand something, Princessa. I'm not used to being told no. I swallow hard. He needs to understand this isn't happening. I can tell, I say quietly, forcing a nervous laugh. But I'd lose my job. I hit him with the big eyes, the soft voice, the faint pout, the kind that says, please understand. It works. His posture shifts. He's still annoyed, but also buying the story. Like I just have too much to lose, not that I'm not interested. My mom could manipulate any man alive. It's disgusting. She's married again, number 4. This one's rich and drinks like a fish, so she's got an open tab and no limits. I swore I'd never be like her. Still, some of her tricks come in handy. Alexander slides back into his seat. I move to leave, only to catch Mr. Dangerous in the corner signaling me over. My breath catches. I usually avoid eye contact with him, but Alexander had me rattled. Heart thudding, I walk over. Can I help you, sir? He leans forward, stepping into the light, and damn. Up close, he's even more striking. Not perfect, but powerful. Rugged jawline, slightly crooked nose, broad shoulders, fitted shirt stretched over muscle. His hair is dark, brushed back, and his brow cut straight over intense eyes. But those eyes? Nothing behind them. No warmth, no spark, just a void. I inch back. He's watching me just as closely. I repeat myself. What can I get you, sir? His voice is low, rough, British accent. What did that man just say to you? This isn't a request, it's an order. I serve drinks. I don't gossip. Sir, I don't think... He grabs my wrist. Not hard, but firm. A quiet threat. Tell me. I freeze. He tightens his grip. I brace for pain. He asked me out, I whisper. And your answer? I shake my head. I told him no, like always. His grip eases, but his thumb grazes my skin, sending a shiver through me. And if I asked? No, thank you. The words rush out faster than I meant. I'm rattled. He smirks, sinister and amused. I step back. And if I told you I don't take no for an answer? That's what he said too. His lips thin. He pulls me in, close enough that I can smell him. Cedar, spice, and something deeply male. My heart thumps hard. And how did you reply? That dating patrons is against the rules. He lets go. Is that what you'll tell me too? I nod quickly. He pulls out his wallet and tosses 3 crisp hundreds on the table. You're serving me tonight. 1 whiskey per hour, water in between. I scoop up the bills and turn away to do just that. Chloe. I freeze. We don't wear name tags. I glance back over my shoulder, not meeting his gaze. Yes? You can dodge. You can hide. But you'll come around. I don't accept no, love. I can't breathe. Then I force my legs to move and rush to the bar, resisting the urge to run. My instincts are screaming. That man isn't just dangerous, he's unhinged.
Chapter 2. Killian. I linger until closing time, splitting my focus between the Russians and Chloe. She's flitting around the bar like a frightened little bird, sticking close to the walls as if she thinks she can avoid my attention. Which is impossible. I live in the shadows. She can't disappear here. This place is mine. Finally, the Russians stagger out, so drunk they can barely keep their feet. Some nights, I'd tail them home, but I already know enough of their secrets that I don't need to bother tonight. I know where each of them sleeps, where they run their operations, even where they drop their shipments. I leave nothing to chance. As I sit there, I rub my fingers together, remembering how Chloe's skin felt beneath my hand, soft as silk sliding over my rough palm. I wasn't lying when I told her I'd make her mine, one way or another. My moral compass barely exists, and even my family knows it. They treat me like the black sheep. Most women never notice. They're too busy drooling over my tattoos or my build. Not Chloe, though. She shrank away from me, her eyes darting like she was searching for an exit. She senses what's lurking underneath my mask. She should. Because I'm a predator. I'm not in the habit of scaring women. But there's something primal inside me that wakes up around Chloe. Sooner or later, it's going to demand satisfaction. I watch her clock out, the bartender counting out her tips from credit card slips. I didn't even drink the $40 worth of whiskey I ordered. I never drink. I can't afford to lower my guard, but I have to order something to justify staying at my table all night. Chloe got smart about it, always bringing my drinks from the far side of the table so she wouldn't get too close. She's stunning, with thick hair that even her tight ponytail can't hide, and piercing dark green eyes. Her curves are a bonus, but it's her backside that keeps me entertained every time she walks away. She finishes up with the bartender, who's grinning like a fool while she shrugs into a worn leather jacket and unties her apron, tucking her cash into an inner pocket. She pulls out a single bill and slides it into her outer pocket. Noted. I push away from my table, slipping along the edges of the room to stay out of sight. It's almost 2 a.m. Only one waitress remains, trying to usher out the stragglers so she can finally lock up. Moving like a shadow, I follow Chloe into the night. I stay back, listening to the sharp click of her heels on the pavement. She leaves the neon glow of the bar behind, heading into one of the seedier parts of Vegas where tents and shopping carts line the sidewalks. It's a rough neighborhood. No woman should be out here alone. I track her until she turns onto a narrow street lined with shabby apartment buildings. I hang back, waiting to see which door she goes into. That's when I spot a shape shifting in the darkness. My muscles tighten. My eyes narrow. Chloe notices it too. She turns just as a man lunges out of the shadows. "Hand over your cash," he snarls, waving a knife. "What the hell, Daryl?" she snaps, already digging into her pocket. She holds out the bill. "I swear, if you keep this up, I'm calling the police." "Screw you, Chloe." He snatches the money from her fingers, blade still pointed at her. "You call the cops next time. I'll cut your throat." That's enough for me. I step forward, not even trying to mask my approach. I'm not sure what I want from Chloe yet, but I know one thing. I'm not letting her get hurt before I figure it out. The guy spins, pointing his knife at me. I keep moving. With one swipe, I knock the knife from his hand and grab him by the throat. The smell hits me, the sour stench of sweat, filth, and too many days without a shower. He's scrawny and shaking. Another Vegas junkie. There's no shortage of those. He collapses to his knees, choking out a whimper. "Please don't hurt me." "Give her back the cash." I grind out, my jaw clenched. "It's fine," Chloe says quickly, hands raised. "It's not a big deal." But I remember that bill she tucked in her pocket earlier. She knew this guy would come for it. She'd planned on getting robbed. How long has she been doing this? I squeeze his wrist until he yelps and drops the 20. "How often do you hand him money?" I demand. Her eyes dart to mine. "How do you even know about this? And what are you doing here?" My teeth bare in a tight line. I give the guy another shake. "Get lost. Come near her again, and I'll make sure you don't walk away." I shove him back. He scrambles to his feet, stumbles, and finally limps off down the street. He leaves the 20 lying there. I pick it up and hold it out to Chloe. She doesn't take it, stepping back instead, eyes wary. "How much has he taken from you?" I ask again. She shrugs one shoulder. "It's not a big deal. Sometimes he uses it for food." I shake my head and step closer, closing the space between us before she can retreat. I slip my arm around her waist and draw her in. Her body molds against mine, and a rush of heat surges through me. I'm not a guy who chases after sex. I've turned plenty of women down. But Chloe's different. One touch, and I'm strung tight as a live wire. "How many nights a week does he hit you up for cash?" I press. "I don't know. 4, 5 times a week." "And how long has this been going on?" She tries to shove away, but I hold her fast. "About 1.5 years." I do some quick math in my head. "That's close to 7 grand you've handed over." She lets out a sigh. "It's just easier to give it to him." "Not anymore," I say. He won't be coming back. My hand brushes the hidden pocket of her jacket, brushing the stash of bills she tucked away earlier. Thanks, she mutters, trying to twist out of my hold. But the way she squirms only makes me tighten my grip. I just saved you a couple $1,000s for the rest of the year alone, I tell her. People pay me good money for that kind of help. She goes stiff, eyes wide. Even in the gloom, I can see the shock on her face. Pay you? I know you've got cash in your pocket right now. She starts trembling. I don't want to scare her, but it doesn't really stop me either. One way or another, I'm getting what I want. I reach into her jacket and pull out the wad of bills. There's probably $1,000 in there, maybe more. What are you doing? She squeaks, lunging for the money. I pin her against me with one arm, keeping the cash out of reach. I did you a favor tonight. I'm collecting my fee. You, of all people, should understand that. But I didn't ask you to. And I need that money. Her voice cracks. I'm practically vibrating with the feel of her pressed against me. I smooth my hand over her back, trying to keep my voice level. Relax. I'm not unreasonable. She lets out a tiny, disbelieving snort. Right. A grin curls my lips. Think of it like this. You paid me for a service. If you want this money back, you'll have to do something for me in return. She stiffens all over, going utterly still like prey caught in a spotlight. I'm not sure she's even breathing. I give her a gentle tap between the shoulder blades just to see if she's conscious. She lets out a choked sound, somewhere between a sob and a gasp. Service? She whispers, voice trembling. I close my fingers into the fabric of her shirt. Don't panic. I'm not going to touch you like that. I just want to look at you. What? Her eyes fly wide. My thoughts are spinning, desire and control warring inside me. She's got me feeling things I can't even name. I lift her off the ground and start carrying her up the steps. She explodes in my arms, thrashing and trying to claw free. I stop and pin her closer, tightening my hold. Here's how it works, I say, voice low. You're going to take off your clothes and let me look. That's it. You cooperate, I leave your money behind and walk away. Keep fighting, and I'll come up with something else. And I promise, you won't like my plan B. You can't be serious. Her voice is tiny, shaking. I'm dead serious. So tell me, do you agree or not? If I say no, you're taking my money? It's my money now. I protected you tonight. That's how this works. She freezes again, staring up at me like a deer caught in headlights. She licks her lips, trembling. You swear you won't touch me? I swear. My word isn't worth much, but that's her problem. All I want is to burn the sight of her into my memory and get this out of my system. Fine. I agree. I reach into my pocket and pull out her keys. This is going to be interesting.
Chapter 3. Chloe. What is even going on right now? Seriously, what am I standing in the middle of? There's a part of me, buried deep, still scared, that wants to cry out, to plead. Please don't. Please stop. But I can't. I said yes. That's the worst part. I agreed to this. I've learned the hard way. Begging only makes some men feel more in control, more entertained. So I keep quiet. I need the cash. I replay his words in my head. He said he wants me to undress. Then he's going to... take care of himself. He promised not to lay a hand on me. Can I trust that? Probably not. But do I have a choice? Also, I try to rationalize it. It's not that different from letting customers grope me at the bar, right? I don't call them out, and I walk away with the tips I need. Survival is a twisted game sometimes. He steps into my tiny apartment, the one I share with 3 other girls. I'm lucky. I have my own room, even if it's barely big enough for a mattress. At least it has a window, with a fire escape. Some nights I sit out there just to breathe, just to remind myself I'm not completely trapped. He pauses in our cramped living room, the one with barely enough space for a love seat and a kitchenette. He glances down the hallway. Which room? Second on the right, I whisper. My voice almost catches. I take a shaky breath, trying to stay sharp. He's unhinged, that much is obvious. But I've seen dangerous before. I know how to read chaos. I don't know your name, I say. His posture stiffens. Killian, he replies. But my family calls me Kill. Kill? Seriously? They call him that? Do they not see what he is? Or maybe they do. Maybe that's exactly why. I try not to tremble, but my hands betray me. I have to tell you something. What? I've never done this before. Done what? He snaps. Had a guy finish himself in front of you? He opens my door, walks in like he owns the place, and drops the money on my nightstand. Then he starts unbuttoning my shirt. I instinctively shrink back. I mean any of it, I whisper. One tear slips free. I hate that. Hate showing weakness in front of men. I don't flirt, don't date, definitely don't do this. At the bar, it's just part of the act. He pauses. Never done what? I debate lying. Would it help or hurt? I can't tell. My thoughts are spiraling. Nothing, I whisper. I don't even date. He finishes undoing my shirt, tugging it off my arms. I'm still in heels and pants, wearing a plain black bra. I feel exposed. He looks at me, really looks, and his expression hardens. He lifts a hand, placing it gently on my ribcage. I flinch. You said no touching. I meant no fooling around, he replies coldly. Take your hair down. My hands tremble as I reach for the tie. I pull it out and my hair falls across my shoulders. But he isn't looking at me. He's staring past me, at the paintings on the wall. Who did these? My arms drop to my sides. No one ever notices them. I did. He doesn't say anything, just walks to the first one, a fragmented portrait of my face, shattered and scattered like glass on a basement floor. He moves on to the second. A red room, with a figure kneeling, me, painted in heavy strokes of blue. Then a third, an outdoor scene. My campus, it looks peaceful, ordinary. But for me, it marked freedom, a chance to start over. I painted that place with hope. He turns back to me, and for the briefest second, I see it, something real, a flicker of humanity in his eyes. Then it vanishes. He goes cold again. Take off your pants. My throat tightens. I reach for the button, but my fingers don't cooperate. Frustrated, he brushes my hands aside and unfastens them himself, sliding the fabric down to my ankles. He crouches, waiting. Lift your foot, he says. I do. Instead of yanking my pants away, he removes one of my heels. The other one. He takes that off too. The tiniest sigh escapes me. Those shoes were torture. I instantly regret making a sound. I didn't mean to give away anything. He's still crouched, his fingers resting on my calves. You smell good. I hesitate. What do I even say to that? My body, annoyingly, reacts. It's like my nerves can't tell the difference between fear and something else. He notices. I want to taste you. No. I say it quickly, clearly. He lets out a frustrated growl, but doesn't push it. Instead, he stands, leaves my pants tangled around my ankles, and unbuckles his own belt. His pants drop. I glance away, startled. That is not normal. That makes him laugh. Nope, it's huge. I try to take a step back, forgetting about my pants. I start to fall. He catches me. hands firm around my waist, steadying me, but I tip forward again and land across his thighs, belly down. It happens so fast, I don't have time to react. I'm sprawled awkwardly, pants half off, underwear still on, bra intact. One of his hands comes down on me in a sharp smack. I jolt, more shocked than anything. Then he just grips me firmly. The other hand reaches for himself. I turn my head. He's focused, intense. It's raw, unsettling, and oddly magnetic. I've never seen a man do that. I didn't expect it to affect me, but it does. My body responds, traitorously. His thumb brushes my inner thigh, almost touching, but not quite. I brace. He glances up, maybe sensing it. I could have made you scream with pleasure, he mutters. He circles over the fabric, just barely. I bite my lip. My thoughts are spinning. What would that even feel like? The idea alone makes my body tighten, my breath catch. Then it happens, an overload. I cry out, overwhelmed by the wave of sensation. I collapse over his legs, stunned. Then I hear him groan, loud, guttural, and feel something warm hit my back. He finishes. I stay still, stunned, trying to process. His hand brushes across my skin. I can't tell if it's gentleness or control. Then he leans in and murmurs something that makes me shiver. I taste good on you. What does that even mean? He lifts me like I weigh nothing, lays me on the bed, and pulls the blanket over me, tucking me in like a child. Then, without a word, he straightens, buckles his pants, and walks out. The money is still on the nightstand. I hear footsteps down the hallway. Then, a gasp. One of my roommates must have seen him. He doesn't stop to explain. He just opens the front door, closes it behind him. Gone. My eyes flutter shut, too drained to keep them open. Did I really just let a complete stranger come into my room and do that, just so I could keep my own cash? I try to stay out of trouble, I really do. But it seems like trouble has a way of finding me. Right before I drift off, one last thought whispers through my mind. Is this the last time I'll see Killian? Or has something just begun?
Chapter 4. Killian. My brother Tristan is talking. Something about sales reports, profit margins, and future projections. I'm barely tuned in. This side of the family business? Not my thing. Never has been. I sit in these meetings because I'm told to, not because I care. Tristan says I should care, but he knows better. I don't fit in this world. I hold a coffee cup I have no intention of drinking. Caffeine hits me too hard. It messes with my focus. I've got enough to manage in my own head without chemical help. Rush is lounging next to me, looking like he doesn't have a single worry. Grizz is lost in his phone, probably texting Arabella or scrolling through pictures of her. I can't help rolling my eyes. These meetings happen once a month. Off-site, public places, some family bonding initiative, I guess. Grizz understands everything Tristan's saying. Rush is pretending to listen, wearing that easygoing grin of his. Riker's at the end of the table, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Of all of us, Riker and I resemble each other most. Same strong jawline, same slightly crooked nose. We're not poster boys like Tristan or Rush, but we've got our own kind of presence. Daylight hours and public places aren't really my scene. Honestly, I think Tristan schedules these things just to annoy me. He'd claim he's trying to help me stay involved. Whatever. I'm staring at my untouched coffee, considering launching the lid across the table at him just to shake things up, when the door to the cafe swings open. Chloe walks in. Everything in me goes still. My grip on the cup tightens as I watch her stride over to a table where a guy, young, student type, is waiting. "Sorry I'm late," she says, catching her breath. "Had a crazy shift last night. One customer just wouldn't let up." I stop listening. My eyes are tracking her, taking in the way she looks today. The sharp black outfits and slick ponytail are gone. Today, her hair's in a messy bun, and she's wearing a colorful dress and a pair of Keds. She looks younger, softer, beautiful in a whole new way, and I find myself wanting her all over again. "No big deal," the guy replies. "Did you bring the Baroque notes?" "Yup," she answers, dropping into the seat and rifling through her books. "Let's dive in. I've got class in 90 minutes. I stand. I don't even realize I've moved until Tristan speaks. "Killian, what are you doing?" I ignore him. Coffee in hand, I walk across the cafe toward Chloe. I don't know what I'm planning. I just know I don't like the way that guy is looking at her. I'm not jealous, okay, maybe I am. But it's more than that. It's instinct, possession. She senses me. Chloe turns, and her eyes widen when they meet mine. I walk straight over to her, standing beside their table. "Chloe." She jolts to her feet, clearly startled. "Killian, what are you doing here?" The guy looks between us, clearly confused. He notices the tattoos, the size difference. His expression shifts quickly, from friendly to wary. Chloe presses a hand against my chest and pushes me back a few steps. Once we're out of earshot, she hisses, "You can't keep showing up like this. It's not okay." Behind me, I hear Rush cough into his fist. Of course he's listening. "I didn't follow you," I say, trying to sound casual. "Just a coincidence." I hand her the cup. "Here, for you." She looks down at the drink like it's an alien object. "What is it?" "Coffee." "And why are you giving it to me?" I shrug. I never drink it. I just get one so I don't look weird. Same thing I do with whiskey. She tilts her head, studying me. In those sneakers, she seems even smaller. I have this wild urge to touch her, just to feel that spark again. "You're dodging the issue," she says. "You can't keep following me. It's creepy. Illegal, even." I raise a brow. "I told you, I didn't follow you. Today." She narrows her eyes. "So, just randomly at the same coffee shop? With a cup of coffee you don't drink?" Yeah, it sounds ridiculous now that she says it out loud. "We're having a meeting." "And were you randomly outside my apartment at 2 a.m.? She's not letting this go. She even uses the cup to emphasize her point. Behind me, Tristan speaks again, low, firm. I tune him out. "No," I say. "That time I was following you. And it's a good thing I did. You were in serious danger." Chloe exhales sharply. "You are more dangerous than the guy with the knife. At least he just wants pocket change. You're something else entirely." Before she can finish that sentence, I cover her mouth with my hand. She's about to say something that'll get me sent back to sensitivity training. Again. Of course, my brothers react immediately. Grizz leaps up, grabs my wrist, and pulls my hand away from her face. "What the hell, Killian?" he hisses. Tristan steps around me, extending a hand toward Chloe. "Tristan Smith, president of Smith Real Estate Development. Pleased to meet you." She looks at him surprised and shakes his hand. "Lord?" "Our older brother here is technically a duke in waiting," Tristan says, smirking and gesturing at me. Chloe's eyes dart back to me. "Your royalty?" "Something like that," I mutter. "We all are." I wave toward the rest of the table. She glances across the group, surprise written all over her face. All of you are in real estate? Correct, Tristan replies. She laughs softly, still processing. Wild. Pleasure to meet you, he says, handing her a business card. If you ever need anything, call me. My personal number's on the bottom. Chloe nods. Thanks. We want to help however we can, Tristan adds, glancing pointedly at me. I glare at him. I'm standing right here. It's not like I'm invisible. Chloe studies the card. Is stalking waitresses a family tradition? I told you. I didn't follow you, I repeat, getting fed up. And last night? I just like your... Grizz steps between us again before I can finish that sentence. Tristan joins him, both of them blocking my view like they're her personal security team. I shove against Grizz, but he doesn't budge. We've fought before, plenty of times, but this is different. This is about Chloe. Seriously, Killian, Tristan mutters, then turns back to her. What's your name, sweetheart? I growl. Don't call her that. All eyes turn to me. My name is Chloe Barros, she says clearly, and I should get back to my study partner. She throws me a sharp look over Tristan's shoulder. This isn't okay. Rush snorts, watching her walk back to her table. I don't blame him. The dress she's wearing leaves nothing to the imagination. It hugs her in all the right places. And yeah, I see my brothers noticing. If she didn't want attention, she wouldn't dress like that, I mutter. Grizz elbows me. Tell me you're not tailing a college student. I'm not stalking her, I reply, as Chloe sips from the coffee I gave her. The sight does something to me. It shouldn't. But it does. Killian, Riker says flatly. Did you follow her home? That neighborhood's sketchy, I say. It was late. Rush raises an eyebrow. What exactly happened last night? Nothing, I answer. That so-called nothing might cost us money, Tristan warns. If she decides to press charges. You and your lawsuits, I mumble. It's handled. Riker jumps in. Where'd you even meet her? Grizz answers. The piano bar. He's been there almost every night. I'm impressed he noticed. She's a waitress. Riker raises an eyebrow. So you've caught feelings. I haven't, I snap. I glance at Chloe, still sipping the coffee, still looking incredible. I want more than I should, more than I can admit. She wants nothing to do with you, Grizz says. You know that, right? I say nothing, but I remember her body reacting to my touch. I remember how she trembled. That wasn't fear. She might say she's done, but I'm not convinced. Not yet. And I don't walk away from things that easy.
Chapter 5. Chloe. It doesn't shock me when I walk into work and spot Killian sitting in his usual dark corner booth. Nor am I surprised when he specifically asks for me to wait on him. Part of me knows I should avoid him at all costs. Lord Killian Smith. That still doesn't feel real. I mean, he's technically nobility. His brothers are just as striking as he is, though none of them carry the same volatile, barely contained energy Killian does. I did a little digging between classes. His family is one of the biggest real estate powerhouses in Vegas, which means, as long as I'm living here, there's no getting away from him. Not until he decides to lose interest. And something tells me that might not happen anytime soon. He's not like the others I've tried to steer clear of. He's a different kind of relentless. What's worse, When I ran into him at that cafe, I didn't feel just irritation or discomfort. There was also a flicker of something else. Anticipation, excitement. Which is ridiculous. No one but me has ever made me feel that kind of release before. I've never let anyone close enough. The fact that it happened at all and wasn't awful still messes with my head. But I'm not stupid. Letting Killian in is a dangerous game. He's not the kind of unhinged you can charm or manage. And yet, some part of me keeps whispering, he kept his promise. He said no touching, and he stuck to it. I shake the thought off. Dangerous territory. I need to focus. I approach his table, all business. Evening. What can I get you? Whiskey, one every hour, he replies, his eyes raking down my black uniform. I preferred the dress. Thanks for the feedback, I say dryly. I want to sound sarcastic, but I feel a little flattered. I like color, bold outfits. It's how I express myself. Clothing is my safe outlet, unlike my paintings, which feel too personal to share. I'm majoring in art history. Painting is my passion, but I'm realistic. That world belongs to people who already have money. Becoming a curator or running a gallery? That's my dream. I turn from his table and head toward the bar when Callie intercepts me with a less than thrilled expression. The Russians asked for you. I glance over. Sure enough, Alexander is already waving me over. I bite back a sigh. Sorry, I murmur to Callie. Trust me, I'm not thrilled either. You can't hog all the good tippers, she complains, not bothering to ask why I'm dreading it. Balancing my tray, I cross the floor to their table. Good evening, gentlemen. What can I get started for you tonight? The man who always plays the piano watches me carefully. I don't think we've been formally introduced. I'm Dmitry Ivanov. I keep my voice calm. Pleasure. Chloe, right? He asks, letting his eyes sweep over me again. That's right. Alexander says you're the most professional server here. He smiles, revealing a gold-capped molar. That's kind of you, I say, not buying the compliment. He laughs quietly, like I just said something amusing. Not kindness, just fact. I'm hosting a meeting next week. Needs to stay discreet. His sentence cuts off as 3 men walk in. I recognize them immediately. Killian's brothers. The mood at the table shifts. The Russians go silent, eyes locked on the new arrivals. Tristan meets my gaze for a beat, then looks to Dmitry. Tension rolls in like a thundercloud. I clear my throat. What can I get you to drink? Your best vodka. 7 glasses, Dmitry says, his eyes never leaving Tristan. Right away. I move quickly, grabbing the order and rushing to the bar, my mind spinning. Did Tristan come here for the Russians? Or for me? Or is he here babysitting Killian? Whatever the reason, I feel the pressure build as I load the drinks and head back. I can feel Killian's gaze from across the room. He's watching everything, yet makes no move to join them. At the table, I set down the bottle and begin filling glasses carefully. This town gets smaller by the day, Dmitry says, settling into his seat as Tristan joins the group. I move to pour for Tristan, but he covers his glass with his hand. I start to move on, but Dmitry speaks. Chloe, please, fill his glass. Yes, sir, I say politely and do as asked. I pour moderately, then move on to Rush, then Riker. I'm almost done when Alexander grabs my wrist. I've been thinking about what you said yesterday, he says quietly, his eyes unreadable. Enough, Alex, Dmitry cuts in. Alexander drops my hand, his glare lingering. The Smith brothers say nothing. I finish and head back to Killian's table, where he's waiting with narrowed eyes. Did that guy just put his hands on you? I set down his whiskey and a glass of water. It's fine. Happens more than you think. What I am wondering is why your whole family just walked in. They're keeping tabs on me, and on you, he says. They think I'm reckless. They might be right. He glances toward the Russian table, but doesn't explain. Need anything else? Yeah, you under the table, he says smoothly. I blink at him. He's completely serious. That's not going to happen. He smirks. You don't think it'll fit? I don't respond, but strangely, I'm not scared. Not like I usually am when a guy gets suggestive. This is weirdly different. You know I'm not doing that, right? Everyone has a price. I'm not for sale. I stand up straighter, offended. I could make you, he says lightly, watching for my reaction. A chill runs through me, but I force it away. Then you'll be back in sensitivity training, again. I turn to walk off, but his hand catches my thigh. Wouldn't be the worst trade. Killian, I snap, pulling away. Last night? That was a one-time thing. It wasn't, he says, like it's fact. It was, I shoot back and walk away. The rest of my shift is a blur. The Smiths remain seated with the Russians. Killian stays hidden in his shadowy corner. I make my rounds, heels clicking, tips piling up. Tuition's looking a little less terrifying tonight. I take a short bathroom break, and as I step out, Killian is waiting just outside the door. Move, I say, trying to slide past. No, he blocks me, his arms caging me in. I'm not going to be your toy, I say, attempting to duck out of his reach. That's when he leans in, his chest brushing mine, holding me still. For a second, everything shifts. Earlier today at the cafe, even when he joked about inappropriate things, it hadn't felt threatening. But this, trapped like this, my body goes rigid. You're scaring me, I whisper. He eases back just a little. This isn't normal for me. Wanting someone like this, I can't shake it. I'm not your problem, I say, but I know better. He makes things his problem. I've never even done that. What you're asking? The words tumble out before I can stop them. I don't even know how. I'll teach you, he murmurs against my ear. I shake my head. Number not like this. His hand moves to my shoulder. Yes. No, Killian. I barely get the words out before he starts guiding me downward. My knees wobble under his hand. This is the one thing I can't do. This act, this position, it feels like giving everything away. My hands clutch his shirt. Panic rises, my breath catches. Please, Killian, don't. My voice cracks as I fall to my knees, exactly where I didn't want to be. Shame floods me. I can't breathe. My chest is tight. I feel tears prick at my eyes. What the hell? He mutters, quickly pulling me up by my arms. What's wrong with you? Too much, I breathe, closing my eyes. I lean against the wall, his hands the only thing holding me upright. Just leave me alone. Please. Then I hear laughter, deep and male, followed by sharp Russian words echoing down the hall. I tense, unsure who's coming. But when I open my eyes, Killian's gone, like smoke, like he was never there. He left me? My knees are still weak when Alexander turns the corner and spots me leaning against the wall. He smiles, all teeth. And then he starts walking toward me.
Chapter 6. Killian. I know what Alexander's after. He sees Chloe as a plaything. I want her too, but not to hurt her. At least I don't think I do. That realization stops me cold. When did that change? When did I decide not to break her? Her voice echoes in my memory. That scared, cracking please. Like she thought I was about to do something unforgivable. I've heard that tone before, from people on the brink. Usually, it doesn't faze me. But when it comes from Chloe, it cuts. My jaw tightens. She tries to stand, pushing off the wall, but falters. Her heels won't hold her weight. Alexander walks toward her, licking the corner of his mouth like he's about to devour her. Damn it. If I reveal myself now, the Russians will know I'm here. That'll burn this entire location. No more watching, no more intel. But if he lays a hand on her, I could end him. His death would spark a war. It would scream that someone was hunting them. But I don't care. If he touches her again. He stops in front of her. Chloe's chin tilts up, but her eyes are wide and wet. Look what I've found, Alexander says, brushing his thumb across her cheek. She recoils, so he grabs the back of her neck and yanks her face toward his. My hands clench. Chloe lets out a quiet cry. Then Tristan appears at the end of the hall. Using the restroom too? He says casually. Alexander backs off instantly. Tristan and Grizz, twins. Both inherited our mother's good looks and social ease. They can glide through storms like they're nothing. I don't handle the business side, that's their domain. But I know we've moved from millions to billions because of them. Which is why I know Tristan's about to handle this. I ease back into the shadows. Alexander steps away from Chloe, frustration carved into his face. Was just heading out when I saw our hard-working waitress on break. Tristan gives Chloe a mild smile. No wonder. She's been nonstop all night. This place always this busy. Chloe nods. From the bar, piano music drifts. Mozart. Dimitri's playing again. Tristan doesn't move on. Alexander is glaring. Sorry to ask, but I think my brother Rush was hoping for a highball. Can you help? Yeah, Chloe stammers, slipping past Alexander. She stumbles only once, then smooths her ponytail and rounds the corner. She's tough. She knows how to wear a mask. Someone taught her that, after hurting her. I still want to get close, still want to ruin her a little. But now, more than anything, I want to know who made her so afraid. You're in over your head, Alexander snaps. Careful, Tristan replies evenly. You don't want this fight. Because your brother married into the Kincaids? No, Tristan says, smiling. Because we're growing twice as fast as you. Tristan glances behind him. Chloe's gone. He walks past Alexander to the bathroom, meeting my eyes before disappearing inside. Unlike Alexander, he knew I was there. Alexander follows, cursing in Russian. I slip away, back to my table. The check's already there. Chloe didn't wait for me to ask. At the bar, she's cashing out, jacket on, money stashed in the hidden pocket, heading out the back. I throw down cash and follow. It's easy. Dmitri owns the room with his music. No one's paying attention. I stick to the shadows. I already know where she lives. She looks over her shoulder a few times. Either she knows I'm behind her, or she suspects. At her door, she gives one final glance, then slips inside. Deadbolt clicks. I'm already climbing the fire escape. Her window's locked, but it's a weak one. In seconds, I'm in her room, leaning against the wall. I hear her in the bathroom, the sound of brushing teeth, water. She enters the room with her jacket draped over her arm. From the pocket, she pulls the cash and hides it in a crack behind the bed. Did she make that herself? I glance at the paintings on the wall. That one, her face in fragments, stops me. It's raw, dark. I've never seen anything so honest. Then Chloe catches my eye again. She undoes her shirt, folds it, takes off her shoes, her jeans, then reaches behind to unclasp her bra. I'm barely breathing. She's stunning, every inch of her, and I can't help myself. You might want to give a guy a warning before pulling that off. She screams, stumbling back, arms crossed over her chest. Killian. Easy, I say. I'm not here to hurt you. You're not supposed to be here, she snaps, turning away and snatching her shirt. This is beyond messed up. Maybe, I shrug, peeling off my t-shirt. My chest tattoos are on full display, intimidating by design. But the galaxy on my chest? That one's just for me. She stares, confused and furious. What are you doing? I toss her the shirt. Put it on if it helps. She hesitates, then tries to pull it on while still holding her own shirt to her chest. With a sigh, I walk over. She flinches, but I just help. One sleeve, then the other. The shirt falls to mid-thigh. You're small, I grunt. You're huge. I smile. Sorry I scared you. You should be. Her voice is tight. You can't just break into someone's home. Too easy, I mutter, kicking off my shoes. You need better locks. Killian, what are you doing? Her arms wrap around herself again. You think I'm leaving after what Alexander pulled tonight? This place has zero security. You're here to protect me? Damn right. I shouldn't have left you in that hallway. I don't want to know. Smart. I drop my pants and collapse onto her bed. It's tiny. My feet hang off. You need a bigger bed. I don't. Come here. No. I put my hands behind my head. Fine. But it's gonna be a long night with your back against that bureau. You have to go, she whispers. It's just sleep, nothing else. I gesture. Promise, no pressure. Her eyes widen. You're insane. Been told that. I motion again. Cautiously, she steps toward the bed. Her lip twitches with uncertainty. I reach up, gently grabbing her wrist, giving it a light tug. She doesn't resist. Slipping onto the mattress, she lies beside me, careful not to touch. Not good enough. I wrap an arm around her, pulling her close. To my surprise, she stays. I'm no better, she murmurs, resting her cheek on my shoulder. What do you mean? The guy who stalks me, breaks into my place. He's the one who makes me feel safe. That's messed up. Yeah, I admit. I'm not exactly normal. Nope. I kiss the top of her head softly. Her hair smells like coconut. Maybe right now, you need someone like me to scare off the other monsters. Like riding a dragon. Dangerous. But if you tame it, you're safe. I'm not one to be tamed. It's a book, she mumbles, already half asleep. I don't want to tame anyone. I just want peace. Try gaining 100 pounds, I offer. She doesn't answer. Actually, never mind. You'd still look hot. She lets out a quiet sigh and goes still. She's out. Part of me wants to relieve the tension building in my body. Instead, I wrap my other arm around her. I've had sex, but I've never slept next to someone. And as I drift off, I wonder what other firsts she's going to bring me.
Chapter 7. Chloe. I'm deep in sleep, the kind where your body forgets tension. Then, faintly, I hear something, a voice. Number, stop. My mind surfaces slowly. A warm hand rests on my back, rough but calming. Killian's. The shirt I borrowed must have ridden up, letting his hand settle on bare skin. It's strangely comforting. But the voice outside the room keeps going. Doug, wait, I said... I push myself up and look at Killian, confused. What's going on? He's alert already. Sounds like one of your roommates has a problem with her date. Immediately, I look for something, anything, I can use to defend us. Probably Sarah. She tends to bring home the wrong kind of guy. I spot my old baseball bat in the corner. I go to get up, but Killian's hand tightens on my hip, gently holding me in place. You're not going out there, he says flatly. I'm not just going to sit here while someone's being assaulted, I shoot back. He tilts his head. So you want me to handle it? I don't answer. My mouth is open, but I've walked into another one of his traps. Again, he's asking me to let him fix things. I try to get up, but he shifts, flipping me so I land on top of him. My knees fall naturally on either side of his waist. The pressure makes me gasp. His expression darkens, taking that as a yes. Then he rolls us, laying me on my back. He leans down and kisses me. No tongue, just his mouth pressed to mine, firm and claiming. I grab his neck, fingers tangling in his hair, pulling him closer. When he pulls away, he locks eyes with me for a moment before rising from the bed. Still in his black boxers, he strides from the room, barely contained fury radiating from him. Killian, I whispered, jumping up and following him. From the living room, Sarah's voice rises in distress. I rush out just in time to see Killian gripping a guy, Doug, by the collar and yanking him off Sarah with one arm like he weighs nothing. Hey, Dougie, Killian says, calm but lethal. What exactly do you think you're doing? Doug stammers while Sarah bolts behind me. Chill, man. This isn't your business. Killian shakes him hard enough to rattle his bones. You made it my business. He leans in, voice low and dangerous. You upset my girl, which means you upset me. Doug's face pales. All right, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Killian doesn't let go. Before you walk, let me make one thing crystal clear. If I ever see you here again, I'll make sure you regret every second of it. Killian, I cut in, alarmed. That's when I noticed the smell. Did he just... Killian grimaces and drags Doug into the kitchen. The guy's legs are soaked. You're cleaning that up. You made the mess. Killian, I'll do it. Just get him out of here. No way. You're not touching that. He does. Doug stammers something about cleaning, clearly terrified. Killian turns to Sarah. Supplies. Sarah practically runs to the sink and returns with cleaner and paper towels. Doug drops to his knees and scrubs like his life depends on it. Maybe it does. I watch Killian's hands. They've definitely seen violence. He wasn't bluffing. Doug finishes cleaning, and Killian hauls him back to the front door, tossing him out without hesitation. You really said personal toy? I ask, arms crossed, trying to look stern even as a thrill pulses through me. He walks toward me, slow and sure, and I'm not scared. If anything, I feel every nerve in my body spark to life. Without warning, he lifts me, one arm under my thighs. Speaking of toys, he murmurs. Sarah, he calls out, not looking back. Next time you bring someone like that home, we'll have a real issue. I notice my other roommates peeking from their doors. Kennedy waves and eyes Killian from head to toe. She's not wrong. His body is built like a sculpture, broad, powerful, intense. In my room, the door closes behind us. I rest my cheek against his forehead and whisper, "Thank you." He grunts. This is an exchange, remember? You're going to bring up that favor, aren't you? Will it make you cry? He asks, still holding me. I meet his gaze. Number, just don't make me kneel. Why does that bother you? I look away. Don't worry about it. Just take what you came for. Not until you tell me. Who was he? What did he do? I flinch. He's getting too close to truths I keep locked up. Only if you tell me why you are the way you are. I was born this way, he mutters, but there's tension in his shoulders. He's hiding something. Killian? Yeah? I know this started as a trade. You protect me, I help you, but would you touch me again? He makes a sound in his chest, a deep rumble that stirs something in me. He lays me on the bed, then tears his own t-shirt in two. Killian! I half laugh. It's mine, he smirks. I'll ruin it if I want. I giggle, nervous and excited. He hooks his fingers on the waistband of my underwear, sliding it off with surprising care. Even your feet are gorgeous, he murmurs, pressing a kiss to the arch of one. I shiver. Then he lowers my leg, sliding his hand up to gently part my knees. The vulnerability should be frightening, but it isn't. Not with him. He runs his knuckles lightly over my skin. This is mine now, he says. I told you, I don't date. I've never done this before. Good, he murmurs, lowering himself. I gasp as he places a soft kiss on my inner thigh, then another, closer. Each kiss builds the tension, pulling my breath short. Then his tongue moves slowly along me. I cry out, startled and overwhelmed. Relax, he whispers against my skin. I've got you. He keeps going, Unhurried, skilled, relentless. I can barely breathe. My hands reach for him, gripping his hair. My body opens to him, surrendering. And then, voice shaking, I whisper the one word I thought I'd never say again. Please, Killian.
Chapter 8. Killian. It's the way she says please that hits me, not like before, when she sounded broken, pleading not to be forced to her knees. That please hurt. This one? It lights something inside me. I keep my focus on her, circling her with care. Her reaction is instant, tension followed by release, her fingers tightening in my hair as she gasps and arches. I keep steady, feeling her pulse with life against my touch. Her body eventually relaxes, loose and spent. She looks like art sprawled across the bed, my ripped shirt still hanging off her shoulders. Her hair fans around her like a halo. I lift my gaze, still inside her, my voice low. You're incredible, you know that? She laughs softly, brushing hair off her cheek. Not sure that was what you were going for. Absolutely was. I want to feel you, hear you, every time. She giggles, and I wish I could just stay here watching her. But the pressure building below my waist is undeniable. I shift slightly, peeling off my underwear, my hand wrapping around myself for relief. She's still right there, and the sight of her is more than enough to push me toward the edge. You don't know what you do to me, I murmur, stroking slowly. She grins, slipping out of my reach. Then she flips around, presenting herself on her stomach, her face turned toward me. And she doesn't stop there. Her lips graze the tip of me, hesitant at first, then growing bolder. Each time she takes a little more, and I hold still, letting her set the pace. My breathing's ragged, and I'm gripping the sheets now. Her mouth warms me, her rhythm steady. She looks up at me once, eyes full of emotion, and I nearly lose it. Yeah, just like that, I murmur, one hand coming to rest gently against her neck. But then she pauses, pulling back. Killian? Yeah? I'm barely holding on. Can you not hold my hair like that? I blink, surprised. My hand loosens immediately. You going to tell me why? She shakes her head. I just don't want to ruin this. So I adjust, placing my hand lower on her shoulder instead. She nods and continues, making me feel every second of her touch. I can't take it anymore. I ease her off me, breathless. She winces. I ruined it, didn't I? No, I say firmly, but I need to know something. Why does being on your knees scare you? Why did that moment matter so much? She draws in a long breath, eyes going distant. My stepfather. Rage surges inside me. I soften my voice, brushing her hair gently. Have you told anyone? She shakes her head. I don't know if it'll help. Why not? She glances at one of her paintings, the one with her face fragmented. Because once I say it out loud, you'll see how broken I really am. I lie beside her, pulling her close. No chance you're more messed up than me. You can tell me. She nods slowly. He was my mom's third husband. She married him after her second ex started making threats. Thought a cop would keep us safe. I listen in silence, letting her set the pace. I was around 14. We didn't get along. I was angry all the time. He started punishing me with his belt, When a teacher noticed bruises, he switched tactics. He'd make me kneel for hours until I begged. The longer I resisted, the worse it got. I'm holding her tighter now, trying not to squeeze too hard. When I was 16, I'd had enough. I wouldn't apologize. It lasted for hours. Then he brought out a bucket of water. My breath catches. Tell me he didn't. He grabbed my hair, held it tight, drowned me again and again. Her voice shakes, her fingers gripping my chest. You're safe now, I whisper. No one touches you again. She looks up at me. You'd really protect me? I already am. The words come out before I realize, but I don't take them back. She shifts, leaning over me once more, pushing her hair to one side. I want to, she says quietly, before lowering her head again. Chloe, I say, brushing her cheek. You don't owe me anything tonight. This isn't a transaction anymore. I know, but I want to. And just like that, I lose myself in the moment. She's careful, focused, and I feel everything. When I finally release, it's overwhelming. She stays close, resting her head against my stomach. You were right, she says. About what? It helped. Telling you. Her words wreck me. I pull her up to me, tucking her into my arms. You want to tell me his name? Why? She asks, her back pressed to my chest. Because I'm going to make sure he never hurts anyone again. She stiffens, then laughs softly. A meat puppet? Really? She kisses me, gentle and slow. Not like before. This time it feels like trust. No one's ever kissed me like that. I cradle her face, then settle her against me. Get some sleep. Alarm set for 6. What for? Studio time. I paint early mornings at the university. It's the only time I can get a spot. So that's where she creates. I wish I could watch her, but even I know that'd be crossing a line. Still, it hits me. If I'm not careful, I'll end up soft. Like Grizz, hopeless over a girl. I'm the guy who handles the dirty work, the one people fear, and yet, maybe this thing with Chloe is more than just a deal. Maybe it's the start of trouble. And trouble? That's something I know how to handle. Chapter 9. Killian. Her alarm blares way too early, especially after a night with little sleep and plenty of interruptions. She crawls across me to silence it, then stays there, curled on my chest. I wrap my arms around her and exhale. Getting up sounds like a terrible idea. I mumble into her hair. I told you, it's the only time I can paint, she replies. I trail a hand down her back, stopping just above her hips. What if we grab your supplies right before your studio window ends, and then you just paint at my place instead? It's a selfish idea, I know that. This was supposed to be transactional, but she's the most stunning thing I've ever seen, and I want her in my space, surrounded by sunlight and paint. I can't, she says into my chest, pushing herself up. I hold her close. Why not? She lets out a breath. Because you're technically still my stalker. Hanging out at your place? That's pushing it. I mean, it'd make the stalking easier, I point out. She chuckles and settles back down. You haven't exactly made it difficult, if we're being honest. No, but you've made it fun. She lifts her head, giving me a squinty glare. Do you stalk a lot of women? The jealousy in her voice surprises me, and I like it. I shift her so she's laying fully on top of me, her legs resting against my sides. She's soft and warm, and I touch her cheek. Instead of answering, I kiss her slow and easy, the kind of kiss that matches the stillness of early morning. Number just you. You're also the only woman I've ever asked to come to my place. Her eyes widen, cheeks flushing pink. Really? Yep. So don't leave me hanging. I can't picture you being crushed by anything, she murmurs, resting her head again. Studio time ends at 9. If I don't grab supplies before then, I lose the room. Deal, I say, hands tracing lazy lines along her sides. She's still nude, and I'm not complaining. Not even a little. She drifts off again, her fingers resting on my biceps. I look down at her hands. How small they are against my inked skin. Total opposites, but it fits. Carefully, I gather her hair and lay it over my chest, smoothing it down before pulling the covers around her. I can't remember the last time I felt this calm. No anger, no noise in my head, just her. Then comes a knock. Chloe? A voice calls out. I groan. Chloe strokes my arm gently. Yeah, Daff. Can I borrow your curling iron? Do you people ever sleep? I mutter as the door creaks open. A girl, Daff, I assume, peeks in. Her eyes widen. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize you had company. Top drawer, Chloe mumbles, not even opening her eyes. Daff grabs it, but doesn't leave right away. So, how long have you two been seeing each other? Not long, Chloe says, still half asleep. I'm just surprised. You never date. Not now, Daff, I say with a look that sends her scrambling. When the door shuts, I speak louder. Too many roommates. Trust me, I know, Chloe sighs. But it's what I can afford. My last place didn't even have separate rooms. She dozes off again, but I stay awake, watching her breathe. An hour later, we're in the shower, stealing small touches and kisses. Back in her room, we get dressed, or try to. My shirt is still in tatters from last night. Chloe laughs, disappears into the kitchen, and comes back with chip clips. She clips the shirt onto me backwards. I catch my reflection. It actually fits better. Not bad, right? You're ridiculous, she says, rolling her eyes as we head out. At the studio, she collects her supplies from a cubby, a roll of brushes, a few tubes of paint. She grabs an easel and a medium-sized canvas, which I offer to carry. You're not already working on something? I ask, thinking of the paintings in her room. She shrugs. Got a new idea? With everything in hand, I call an Uber. 15 minutes later, we're at my loft. It's not crowded, just a few stools, a big couch, and an open bed. The windows stretch from floor to ceiling, with a clear view of the Las Vegas skyline. Vegas isn't my favorite city. I preferred London. But here, it's easy to disappear. Chaos and constant motion. It suits me. Chloe sets up her easel near the windows. She places the canvas, squeezes some paint onto a palette, then glances my way. Mind taking off your shirt? She asks. My brows rise. I never mind. I peel it off, clips flying, and grin. I lean back on the couch, arms stretched across the backrest. So, are you going to tell me why?
She kicks off her sneakers and peels off her socks. Today, she's dressed in Kelly green leggings and a colorful tank top, her hair swept into a messy bun that somehow makes her even harder to ignore. With a sly smile, she crosses the concrete floor, barefoot and confident. She reaches out and traces the edge of the tattoo sprawled across my chest. Is this the Milky Way? Yeah, I nod. What I don't tell her is that each star on the outer rim marks a name, lives I've taken. But I don't want that kind of weight hanging between us right now. Not while the sun hits her just right. Still, she seems drawn to those stars, brushing her fingers over a few. What's it mean to you? I give her the simplest version. I just like it. She arches a brow. That's it? No deeper meaning? My jaw flexes. Maybe stars are like people. Too many to count. I stop short of telling her I feel more like a void than a star. But she sees it anyway. Whatever just hit you, let it go, she says quietly. I saw the light in your eyes flicker. I won't push. That throws me. I study her. What do you mean, light flicker? The light in your eyes dims when you drift somewhere dark. She pulls her hand back and kisses my forehead, then turns and heads back to her easel. I don't stop watching her. She picks up her palette, then dips a brush into a mix of colors. I can't see the canvas, but her face is serious, her focus absolute. The way she moves, the way her brow furrows and her hands dance, it's hypnotic. I have no clue how long I sit there, just watching. The trance only breaks when the doorbell rings. I glance at the door like it personally offended me, then push off the couch to answer it. Tristan stands there, clearly annoyed. Seriously? That's what you lead with? I ask, stepping aside. You haven't answered your phone all day. You weren't home last night. I got worried. How'd you know I wasn't home? Because I came by, thought something happened. He walks in, scanning the place. You can't just go dark. You know how that looks. Then he spots Chloe. She's barefoot, paintbrush stuck in her bun, completely absorbed. Hey, Tristan. Nice seeing you again. He looks from her to me, eyes flicking over my shirtless chest. So yesterday, you said my brother was following you? Yep, she says without missing a beat. This setup's more efficient for both of us. I laugh as Tristan throws up his hands, clearly thrown. She needed space and light. I had both. I cross my arms. You've confirmed I'm breathing. Something else on your mind? He nods, heading toward my office. I glance at Chloe, who raises an eyebrow. I just wink and follow. Inside the office, there's only one chair, which I claim. Tristan sits on the edge of my desk like it's his. What's going on between you two? None of your business, I reply. Let's get to whatever you're really here for. That is why I'm here. You don't date. You don't even mess around. Not for years. I shrug. She's got a great smile. She does, but so have others, and they didn't get through the front door. She's not chasing me. She's not scared off easily either. Hard to get, he nods. I get that. He doesn't. Not really. Tristan has no idea what it's like to live with this kind of weight. But Chloe, she knows. She's seen her own version of the dark. Look, it's not serious. I'm not built for serious. Tristan narrows his eyes. Maybe. I'm the guy who takes out the trash. Permanently. That's not exactly boyfriend material. Does she know that? Tristan asks, his voice low. I pause. That's when I understand his real concern. I know things my family would prefer never see daylight. I do their dirty work, but we're all tied together. No, I say. She doesn't know. He nods. Good. Now tell me why you've been tracking the Russians without saying a word to me. I was gathering intel, quietly. I know where they meet, where they live, and how they operate. They've got a thin link to the Kincaids, but it's shaky. I figured we'd need this info no matter how things shift. Tristan scratches his jaw. Damn, that's good work, even for you. I nod once. The compliment is rare. But even now, it feels like I'm wearing a mask they expect me to keep on. We were all born into this, Tristan says. No, we weren't. Not the same way. I don't bother correcting him. I stand. Something's brewing. I've seen Italians coming and going from the piano bar. Might be worth asking around on the legal front while I track the rest. Tristan nods. Will do. He walks to the door, then stops. Alexander's hovering around Chloe more than I like. If you're serious about keeping her close, you might want to move her out of the bar. He's not wrong. I've already been thinking the same thing. You think the Kincaids would let her work at their place? Temptation? He asks. Yeah. Leo would be lucky to have her. She's sharp. I'll talk to him today. Appreciate it. He nods. I'll text tonight with anything I find on the Russians. We step back into the main space. Chloe's painting, entirely unaware of our return. Tristan watches her for a moment. Careful, he says under his breath. She had power when she accused you of following her. But now she could undo everything. I know what I'm doing. My voice is even, but inside, I'm wondering just how far I'd go to keep her in my life. Chapter 10. Chloe, this painting might be the most fun I've had in ages, aside from spending the night with Killian. He keeps me fueled with food all day, making sure I barely have to stop. I glance at the canvas and smile. The galaxy I'm creating, layered in deep blues and purples, sparkles under the late afternoon light. Most of my time today has been spent building the background, but the stars at the center are starting to shine through. Eventually, I have to stop. Work's calling. Killian insists on ordering me an Uber. I know we're not officially anything. Just yesterday, I was seriously debating whether to call the police on him. But after a full day of quiet care, him feeding me, watching me paint, just being present, I'm starting to wonder if this is what a relationship could look like. Then again, what would I know? My mom always said a good man was one with a limitless credit card. Killian hasn't worn a shirt all day, so when he pulls me in for a goodbye kiss, my palms land on his bare chest. See you later, he murmurs against my lips, then brushes a kiss to the base of my neck. You coming to the bar tonight? I ask, biting my lip. I've started liking when he shows up. Not sure. I might have to meet with Tristan, he replies, his hands slipping to my hips. But you could come over after. Maybe check out my bed. Why would I need to do that? He grins. It's huge, like my ego. I roll my eyes. One day together, a few intense moments, and already I feel the shift happening. You could wake up and paint in the morning, he says, kissing my collarbone. So that's why you offered your place. Another trade. Caught me, he says, giving me a playful squeeze. I'll meet you at the piano bar at 2. Walk you home. Didn't you have plans with Tristan? I'll make it work. I don't like you walking alone. I don't argue. I've been walking alone for years, but there's something about the way he says it that quiets me. When the Uber notification comes through, I grab my bag and head out. The ride home is quick, giving me plenty of time to get ready. Daffodil's in the living room, and when I step out in my uniform, she raises her eyebrows. So, she says, drawing the word out. What's the story with the mystery man? Daph's the best of my roommates. Punctual with rent, drama-free, easy to live with. I shrug. Not sure. We're spending time. She smirks. He looked like excellent pillow material, and based on what we all heard last night, he's good at more than that. My face heats instantly. Thin walls, small apartment, not my finest moment. And he handled Sarah's situation like a pro. Guy's solid. I could add he's rich too. Comes from serious power. He's got layers, I say. And yeah, a bit intense. A little intense? The man threatened to turn someone into a cautionary tale. If she only knew how true that is. He's raw. But there's no pretending with him. What you see is what you get. I wave goodbye and head to work. I cut my last shift short, so I need to make up for it. But the moment I walk in, I spot Alexander at the Russian's usual table, with another guy I vaguely recognize. His leer sets off all my alarms. Thankfully, Callie already has their table. I won't have to deal with them directly. Table 8, the hostess calls. I grab my tray and head over. It's busy tonight. No one gets handsy, tips are decent, and I start to relax. A few hours in, I take a break at the bar. Mike's working fast, filling drink orders. I lean against the wall, thinking about Killian and my painting. I started with the blues and purples of the galaxy, but I want to add his figure next, his presence wrapping around the stars. He's becoming more than just inspiration. A smile plays at my lips. What's got you grinning, Princessa? I snap out of it. Alexander is suddenly in front of me, the other guy at his side. I try to move, but they close the gap too fast. I glance at Mike, but he's turned away. Alexander backs me into the wall, his hand wrapping around my arm. Not slipping away this time, he mutters. No Smith to save you tonight. This the one Tristan's into? The other man asks. Chloe, meet Preston Wingate. He was once engaged to Arabella Kincaid, until Grizz Smith interfered. Alarm bells go off in my head as they start steering me toward the back hallway. I try to call out, Mike Dash! But Preston claps a hand over my mouth, cutting me off. I panic. I have no idea what they're capable of. I twist hard, catching Alexander off guard. My arm slips free and I spin, making a break for the bar. That's when Preston grabs my ponytail and yanks hard, sending me to the floor. His hand strikes my cheek and pain explodes across my face. That's your warning, he growls. Stay away from the Smiths or next time it won't be so polite. Hey! Mike's voice breaks through. She tripped, Alexander says with a shrug. Heels, man. They walk off like nothing happened. My face feels like it's on fire. Mike crouches beside me. Did he just hit you? I'm fine, I say, barely. You're not fine. We should call this in. No, I say quickly. Please, I can't afford the fallout. He shakes his head. You should see your cheek. How bad? Pretty bad. Ice now. He helps me behind the bar, scoops ice into a towel, and hands it over. I press it to my face, wincing. I catch sight of myself in the mirror behind the bar, swollen, red, unmistakable. My boss rushes over. What happened? Whoa. I tripped, I say. He frowns. You can't be on the floor like this. I've got to send you home. I nod, frustrated. I needed this shift. But worse, I don't want to walk home now. What if they're waiting? I pull out my phone and order an Uber. Can't really afford it, but I'm not risking anything tonight. Mind if I wait in the office? I ask. Good call. He nods. Might be best to take a few nights off too. Not great optics right now. I bite back my reaction. I need the shifts, but I don't argue. My ride arrives quickly. I slip out the back, through the alley behind the bar. As I walk, I think about calling Killian, but I stop myself. He's not mine to lean on. Not officially. And this mess? It's not his burden. I keep the ice to my cheek and climb into the back seat. The adrenaline starts to wear off, and I feel the ache settle in. Today had started out so good. Now I'm caught in the middle of something dangerous, and I have no idea how to get out.
Chapter 11. Killian. Tristan's voice drones on about permits and property acquisitions, but by the end of the call, the situation is clear. The Russians are playing both sides. They struck a deal with the Kincaids to access the underground Las Vegas tunnels, yet they're also brokering casino sales with the Italians. It's a double cross. And Mason Kincaid? He's not someone you mess with. I pride myself on being ruthless, but Mason, he's on a different level. He clawed his way up from nothing. Cold, sharp, and calculated. The Russians made a dangerous choice. Tristan's decided. We're siding with the Kincaids. I'm more relieved than I expected. Maybe I'm softening. Then again, I've collected every detail Mason needs to bring them down. I've still got my edge. I throw on a clean shirt, lace up my worn leather boots, and head out. I'm meeting Chloe at the piano bar to walk her home. The outfit's more laid back than usual, but if anyone tries to keep me out, they're welcome to try. The bar's winding down when I arrive after midnight. I head to my usual spot, where a chipper brunette approaches. "What can I get you, handsome?" she asks, flashing a syrupy smile. I give her a look. "I'm here for Chloe." She touches my arm. "I can help you out." My glare darkens. I said I'm waiting for Chloe. Her fake smile vanishes. She's not here. That gets my attention. Chloe never misses work. "Where is she?" "Ask Mike at the bar," she snaps, then stalks off. I don't bother with stealth as I approach the bartender. I slap the counter. "Where's Chloe?" "She went home sick a couple hours ago. Won't be in for a few days. You'll have to get someone else." "She's sick?" That doesn't track. She was fine earlier. A bug? A cold? Yeah, man. Sick. I'm already out the door before he finishes. On the way, I stop at a Thai place and grab a container of noodle soup. Then I catch a cab to her place. It's dark. I consider the fire escape, but the soup won't survive the climb. I knock. No answer. I knock again. Louder. "Who is it?" comes a sleepy voice. "Killian." I came to see Chloe. The door opens a few inches, chain still locked. Daffodil peeks out. "If you're here to apologize, come back in the morning." "Apologize? For what?" "I saw what you did to her face," she says firmly. "I'm not letting you in." "What happened to her face?" She doesn't answer, but the door slams shut and the lock clicks. I pound the door again. "Open the door, now!" After a pause, the chain rattles. This time it's Chloe. She opens the door just enough for me to see her face, turned to the side. "Don't scare Daff," she says quietly. She's trying to help. "Help you?" Then she looks at me. Her cheek is swollen, bruised. My stomach turns. I drop the soup. "Who did this?" "Wait, it wasn't you?" Daffodil asks from behind her. I stare at her. "Why would you think that?" "You once threatened to let the homeless take revenge on Sarah's date," she blurts. I ignore her, eyes on Chloe. "Tell me who did this." She exhales. "A guy with Alexander. His name's Preston. Preston Wingate." I freeze. Preston Wingate. The same man Grizz wanted me to deal with. I hoist Chloe into my arms. "Killian. My face will heal. What I'm worried about him is missing work. Don't stress. You're not paying for me." I respect her pride, so I nod. "We'll sort it out later." "Put me down." "Why?" She hesitates. "Alexander and Preston warned me to stay away from your family. Said you'd bring trouble. So they targeted her because of me." I grit my teeth. "You think I'm the problem?" She looks away. "I can barely stay afloat as it is. I don't know if I can handle this." I gently turn her chin toward me. "We're fixing it, starting with your job. Tristan called Leo Kincaid. He said you can start at Temptation whenever you're ready." Her eyes widen. "Seriously?" "Seriously." She kisses me, full of relief. I respond, devouring her mouth as she wraps around me. We're in the hall when Daff clears her throat. "Sorry," Chloe whispers. I carry her into her room. "You were supposed to be in my bed tonight." "Did you really get me that job?" "Yeah. I'll take you to meet Leo tomorrow. He's solid. You'll be safer there." She tells me everything. Alexander's words, Preston's attack. It's clear this was a message for my brother. When she finishes, I tuck her in. You're not staying. Not tonight. She bites her lip. I kind of owe you. I grin. Meet Leo first, then we'll talk about favors. She gives a small nod. You could stay, though. I don't want to be alone. I wedge a bat across the window as a makeshift lock and kiss her forehead. Tomorrow night. Tonight I've got work. Work? I need to talk to my brothers. True. But before that, I've got something personal to handle. Preston Wingate laid a hand on my girl, and now he's going to pay for it.
Chapter 12. Killian. Ending. Preston was always going to be easy. I just didn't think it would feel this quiet. I sit back in the desk chair of his hotel room, phone in hand, and text Grizz from my burner. Making it happen tonight. Sorry it took so long. The typing dots show up, but I silence the device and tuck it into my pocket just as I hear the door open. Preston stumbles inside, clearly drunk, and beelines for the bathroom. A few seconds later, the sound of him vomiting echoes off the tile. Couldn't be more convenient. Part of me wants to tell him why he's about to die. For Chloe, for Arabella, for every woman he's hurt. But this isn't a movie. Closure is a luxury. I move to the bathroom. He's barely registering my presence as he looks up, glassy-eyed. What the hell? I grab the back of his neck and slam his head into the toilet. One hit. He crumples. I wait, listening to his shallow breaths fade to nothing. No anger, no satisfaction. Just the quiet certainty of a job done. Wiping down the chair, doorknob, and anything else I touched, I double-check the room before I leave. It'll look like he fell, another wealthy drunk too far gone. I pull a hoodie over my head, make sure my tattoos are hidden, and slip down to the basement stairwell. I pass the hotel pool, the chlorine sharp in the air. Of course, Preston picked a Kincaid-owned hotel. Arrogant to the end. Sliding behind the wheel of my black Honda Pilot, I dial Tristan through CarPlay. He picks up groggy. Hello? I need a meeting. Call Mason, then call me back. He grunts and hangs up. It's almost 3 a.m., but this can't wait. A few minutes later, my burner buzzes. It's Grizz. How messy? He asks. Clean. I'm looping everyone in now. Patch me in. And Killian. Thanks. Don't thank me, I say sharply. I should have done it sooner. I didn't realize what it felt like to... Another beep. Tristan's calling back. I merge the lines. Grizz is here, I tell him. So is Mason. Mason's voice comes through. Do we need security on this? Yes. 30 seconds later, Jake Kincaid joins. It's 3 a.m, he rumbles. We know, Grizz replies. He's better at smoothing ruffled feathers. His in-laws, after all. Jake asks, what happened? Mason answers, we need cleanup at Chateau Blanc before staff starts showing up. Little notice, don't you think? I grip the wheel as I pull into my garage. He hit Chloe. This was retribution. Silence. Chloe? Tristan asks. I can explain everything now or later. Your call. Go ahead, Tristan says. Chloe works at the piano bar. Alexander Ivanov's been sniffing around. When you interrupted him the other night, Preston showed up the next day, made a statement, with his fists. Tristan's breath hisses. A message for me. Her cheek's a mess. I couldn't let it go. Jake clears his throat. I'll get the body moved. He slipped, hit his head. Terrible accident, I say. My voice is calm, detached. That's what they'll remember if it ever comes up. And if this falls back on me, I'll handle it. Just take care of Chloe. She's got an interview at Temptation tomorrow. She's an artist. She's struggling. Tristan and Mason speak in unison. Understood. I could survive prison if I knew she was okay. Funny how quickly things change. I've gone from wanting to wreck her world to wanting to rebuild it. Inside, I strip out of my clothes and toss them into the washer. then it's straight to the shower. When I finally hit the bed, dawn is breaking across the Vegas skyline. I set my alarm for 4 hours later and close my eyes. Tomorrow, I help Chloe start fresh. Her life won't spiral because of me. I'll make sure of it. Maybe I am turning into Grizz, but after her interview, maybe she'll let me thank her. Slowly. Thoroughly. I want to give her peace. And yeah, I still want her body too. Chapter 13. Chloe. Waking up, my face feels worse than it did the night before. Tight, swollen, and sore. I shuffle to the bathroom, flinch at my reflection, and try not to cry as I brush my teeth. A knock sounds at the front door, just as I finish. I already know who it is. Chloe? Killian's voice calls through the door. 1 second, I answer, padding across the living room and unlocking the chain. He stands on the other side, coffee in one hand, a takeout bag in the other. The smell hits me first, eggs and biscuits. No bacon, soft biscuit, he says, offering the bag. Thought that might help with chewing. Tears well up in my eyes, and I can't help it. I never even ate the soup you brought. That was when I thought you had the flu, he shrugs, stepping inside. Pretty sure your roommates got to it anyway. He points at the empty container on the counter. I gasp. They ate my soup? My outrage makes my face throb. I wince, hand flying to my cheek. Killian steps forward and wraps me in a gentle hug. I'll bring you more. Promise. Thanks. For everything, I murmur, resting my forehead against his chest. Eat first, he says softly. Then we'll head to your interview. I grimace, not sure showing up like this is smart. You look great. Killian. He trails his fingers down my back. Preston did the same to Arabella. The Kincaids hate him. You being hurt, that only strengthens your position. I lift my head, frown tightening. I don't want pity points. You won't need them. You're getting the job because you're the best. The rest just reminds them who the real problem is. I sigh, still unsure but willing to let him help. I sip the coffee, strong and perfect. Half the sandwich later, I finally feel like myself. Showered and dressed, I catch Killian lounging on my bed, like he belongs there. Maybe he does. I dry off and grab a thong from the drawer. What's the dress code at Temptation? He shrugs. No idea. I don't hang out at clubs like that. I turn, pulling on a bra. His eyes track me, but he stays put. You not planning to visit me at work? I'll be there. Count on it. My lips lift. I pick my standard black work pants, add a deep red scoop neck top, and sweep my hair over one shoulder. As I reach for my makeup bag, Killian appears behind me, hand closing over mine. Don't. You look gorgeous. I look wrecked. He meets my eyes in the mirror. After your interview, I'm taking you back to my place and proving how wrong you are. A blush climbs my neck. Do I have time to pack a bag? You've got time, he says, grabbing the bag for me. 10 minutes later, we're outside. An Uber waits. My stomach twists with nerves, but Killian takes my hand. This'll be the easiest interview you've ever had. I nod, even as the driver steals a glance at my bruised face in the mirror. Too late for makeup now. The club looms large as we pull up. It's still closed, but the front doors swing open as we approach. Chloe? A tall man greets. I'm Leo Kincaid. Pleasure to meet you. We shake hands, and he leads us inside. Thanks for meeting me, Mr. Kincaid. Call me Leo, he says. This way. I spot the club floor to our right. Cages with polished poles rise above the stage. They're on hydraulics, Leo explains. Some of the best dancers in Vegas perform here. I glance at Killian. He gives me a proud look. He's been bragging about me. We walk down a hallway and into a room that looks like a locker area, except it's filled with well-dressed men. I spot Tristan and Grizz. The others are strangers. I instinctively move closer to Killian. His hand presses lightly to my back. You remember Grizz? He asks. Nice to see you again, I reply. Grizz smiles kindly. Sorry it's under these circumstances, but welcome. He turns to introduce Mason and Jake Kincaid. I manage to shake their hands, stunned. Mason hands me a card. I glance at the front, his name and number. The back has a different name. I've arranged a meeting with my personal real estate agent. I blink. Excuse me? Killian pulls me close again. The Russians know you're connected to us. You need better protection. I shake my head. I don't accept gifts from men I don't know. Killian's voice is low. I know how you feel. We'll find a compromise. Relief loosens my spine. I nod. He gives Mason a nod and steps out with the others. Leo gestures toward a hallway. Tour? I link arms with Grizz, who chuckles. Too many brothers, but Leo's good people. The club is stunning. Leo shows off the bar, dance floor, offices, even his own. He gestures for us to sit. So, what did you think? It's beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity. You're used to nights and weekends? Yes, I study during the week. The role's 40 to 50 hours, mostly over the weekend. Killian said the tips. He holds up a hand. I'm not hiring a server. My mouth opens. You're not? I need a floor manager. Salary starts at $80,000. I freeze. Come again? Grizz chuckles. You've handled everything with grace. We'd like to support you. I start to speak, but Leo cuts in. This isn't charity. I've needed a manager for months. You've got experience and the right temperament. I need someone tough. I smile. That I can do. Then it's settled. Welcome to temptation. We shake hands. For the first time in a long time, it feels like I'm finally catching a break. Which usually means something's about to go wrong.
Chapter 14. Killian. Grizz walks into the back room, where our meeting is a lot grittier than Chloe's interview across the hall. Chloe? I ask. Her name alone gets the message across. Leo's got her filling out paperwork and locking in her training schedule. Grizz waves me off. He made her feel like an asset. Nailed it. She is an asset. I fire back, my eyes locked on his. He nods. No argument here. Mason clears his throat. Look, I get the whole pride thing, but why won't she take a place in one of my buildings? I sigh. She's got baggage. Power was abused by men in her past. Don't push. Tristan studies me. And you, somehow, got past all that? Fair question. Even I don't know the answer. Doesn't matter how, Mason says. She needs out of that apartment. She's staying with me for now. I'll get her to agree to something safer. Mason seems fine with that, but Grizz and Tristan still look like they've seen a ghost. Twin expressions of confusion. Who are you and what have you done with Killian? Grizz teases. Don't start, I mutter. There he is, Grizz smirks. He's not wrong. Lately I've felt different. Not just the vengeance killer I've always been. Chloe's made something inside me shift. Mason shifts gears. The Russians see what we're building. They know if our families unite, we'll dominate. They're scrambling, trying to hedge bets. Makes sense. Desperate moves usually mean mistakes, and we're ready to catch them slipping. Chloe's caught in the middle of all this, Mason continues. Your job is to keep her clear of the fallout. I glance at my brothers, who both nod. That's not usually my department. But protecting the family is, Mason says, and now she's part of that. I guess he's right. Usually I solve problems with a bullet, but maybe it's time I protect something without pulling a trigger, like Jake does. As the conversation drifts back to strategy, my mind wanders. I never planned for a future, never thought I deserved one. But now, Chloe gives my life a purpose I didn't know I needed. We wrap up about 30 minutes later, and I walk out front to wait for her. Mason joins me. Get her to see the condos. Stay with her if you want, but those buildings are locked down tighter than Fort Knox. I must give off a look because he pats my shoulder. You've earned this. So has she. Maybe. Or maybe Mason just wants eyes on me. If he's watching, I'm watching right back. Jake walks over, extending a hand. Pleasure to meet you, Killian. Likewise. He leans in. We should talk more as you dig into the Russian situation. Sure. What about? There are 2 Italian factions. One's open to working with us. The other? Not so much. I'd like to walk you through it. Absolutely. I'd like to learn more about what you do at Kincaid, too. He smiles wide. Stop by anytime. There's a spot for you if you want it. Well, that's a first. Looks like Chloe's not the only one landing a new job today. She walks out then, glowing. Her smile's infectious. I got the job, she whispers, giddy. Training starts soon. And the money, it's incredible. Proud of you, I say, pulling her close. Thank you, she whispers. None of this would have happened without you. You ready to check out some condos? She steps back, eyeing me. I told you, no favors from powerful men. Except maybe you. It's not a favor. It's payment. You helped the Kincaids dodge a bullet. This is their thank you. And their security is second to none. So, she exhales, her eyes soften. What are you doing to me, Killian? Charming you? She laughs and kisses my cheek. Hard to believe you're my Prince Charming. Let's not get carried away, I smirk, though I can't lie. I like the way she looks at me. But deep down, I know the truth. I wasn't built for fairy tales. I came from the dark. And the dark is where I'll always belong.
Chapter 15. Chloe. We get back to Killian's place late in the day. First thing he does is order me some soup, which honestly sounds perfect. I slip into soft leggings and a tank top, then settle in front of my easel. The condo we toured earlier with the agent, easily the most incredible space I've ever stepped into. Vaulted ceilings, luxury appliances, a shower with what had to be 6 jets, and a private elevator straight to the unit. Completely unreal. But what I love most? The light in Killian's loft. It floods the room so beautifully I don't even turn on the overheads. I just let the sun guide my brush. Killian doesn't interrupt. He lets me paint. Just like yesterday, he feeds me and then takes his spot on the couch, shedding his shirt and relaxing while I work. Is painting your dream? Like, if anything were possible? He asks from across the room. I pause, brush in midair. Do I want to sell my art? Yeah. I used to think no one would ever buy it. Not good enough. No connections. But deep down, it's more than that. My paintings are private. They're like a journal. Sharing them feels vulnerable. Killian stands, heading toward me. Stop. I hold up a hand. This one's a surprise. For me? He grins, eyes lighting up. Maybe, but no peeking. He backs up, still facing me. Only my mom gives me presents. You close with her? She's one of my favorite people. That surprises me. And your dad? He's gone, but even before that, we weren't close. His voice tightens, shoulders tense. I set down my brush and cross to him. He lets me into his arms easily, pulling me into his lap as he sinks onto the couch. Was he like, all business, being a duke or something? He wasn't a duke, didn't really work, just spent money and racked up debts. I wince. What happened? Heart attack, but drugs played a part. His eyes go flat, and his tone gets distant. Triss and Grizz fix the mess. They're sharp like that. I can tell he left some scars, I say gently, brushing his hair back. He pulls away and stands, shifting the topic. You should keep painting while the light's good. I want to ask more. He knows my deepest pain, but he's not ready. From the kitchen he calls, "Want a glass of water?" I'm good. I return to my canvas, but Steele glances at him leaning on the counter. He's trying to steady himself. I can see it. Killian? Yeah? He half turns. Thanks for letting me stay. You're welcome. I might grab more stuff tomorrow if you're okay with me staying a while longer. He walks toward me, relaxed again. Of course, I'll come help. I nod and paint another hour before the sun fades. I could flick on a light, but I'm tired. Plus, I've heard a lot about this bed of his. Done? He asks. For today? Sleep sounds great, he says, closing the space between us. His chest presses into my back. I smile. He's made such a difference in my life. And since we have a whole favor-swapping thing going, it's time I show my thanks. My hands are still rinsing brushes when his arms wrap around me. He kisses the back of my neck warm and slow. I lean into him. Yesterday I felt powerless. But Killian? He put a shield around me. I don't even remember asking. His hands roam, finding my waist, then drifting lower. I shiver under his touch. Going to bed early has its perks, he murmurs, chuckling. I laugh, turning off the water. Let me clean this up. Tomorrow, he says, pulling me close. This counts as a date? He kisses my neck. Closest I've come. You've cooked for me, watched me paint, took me to an interview and a real estate showing. Feels like 50 dates in one. He smiles. I'm not great at dating. I think you're doing just fine, I whisper, wrapping my arms around him. He still has his guard up. But what we're building, it's real and rare. We can take this slow, however you want, he tells me. I like your pace, I say, leaning in for a kiss. He kisses me back, slow and deep, pulling me into his arms like I belong there. And maybe, just maybe, I do.
Chapter 16. Killian. The taste of Chloe lingers on my lips as I rest my head between her thighs, hands steady on her hips. Her breath catches with each flick of my tongue, and she's writhing under me, clinging to the bedding she once tried to protect. Yeah, she's making a mess, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I slide 2 fingers inside her, gently at first, easing her body into the rhythm. She gasps, then moans, arching up as her fingers tangle in my hair. I don't stop until she shudders beneath me, calling my name like a prayer. As she collapses, I rise, stripping off the last of my clothes. My body's tense with need, but I pause, brushing her stomach with my palm. Chloe, baby, I whisper. She meets my gaze and nods, already pulling me down into a kiss. Yes, she says before I can ask. Her voice is soft, but sure. My body presses into hers, and I pause once more. You're sure? I am. Her legs shift, welcoming me in. I enter her slowly, gently, feeling the tight warmth as she adjusts. She winces slightly, and I still. My hands cradle her head, lips brushing hers until her body relaxes. I press in a little deeper. Her breath hitches. Might have been a bad idea giving my virginity to you, she says with a smirk, even as her legs wrap around me. I freeze, surprised, but her gaze stays steady. You okay? I ask. Just don't go breaking me, big guy, she whispers, teasing. I chuckle softly, forehead resting against hers. I'd never hurt you. I know, she says simply. That's why I'm here. Slowly, I begin to move, the rhythm unhurried but deep. Her fingers trail down my back, lips near my ear, whispering things I can't even process, because all I feel is her, all around me. It's never been like this. Not with anyone. My release comes fast and hard, pulling a groan from my throat as I collapse into her arms. She holds me like I'm something to be cared for, not just used up. That's when I know I'd do anything for this woman. I shift to the side, pulling her close. That's when I see the blood. Damn! I mutter. Chloe peers down and gasps. Oh no. I kiss her temple. Hot shower time, sweetheart. Then we'll deal with the bedding. I'll replace it, she says nervously. I carry her into the bathroom and turn on the shower. Warm water rushes down over us. How much does a comforter like that even cost? She asks. I gently set her on her feet. Doesn't matter. Paint, blood, whatever. You're not a burden. You're a part of this place now. She tilts her head. Really? Yeah. I look her in the eye. Take anything you want from my world, Chloe. You make it better just by being here.
Chapter 17. Chloe. Those words hit me like a wave. Take whatever you want. I've heard versions of that line before. My mom wrecked 2 marriages by doing just that. And the third? She made me bear the cost for her choices. So yeah, taking without guilt? That's never been easy for me. I would never... Take advantage, Killian finishes, reaching for the soap and gently working it over my skin. There are people who take for the sake of it. You're not one of them. And if it ever felt like too much to you, I'd still be standing here saying, take more. He's washing the blood from between my thighs with care, and I'm blinking back tears. I grip his shoulders like I need him to stay upright, and maybe I do. He's just solid, steady, strong in a way that makes you want to lean in and let go. I'm not sure it works like that. His touch is gentle. Then tell me how it works. In the beginning, it's all open hands and take what you want, but give it time, and soon it's, why are you so selfish? And I can't afford this. He chuckles, low, amused. I frown up at him. Sorry, he says, still grinning. There are a lot of things I lack, Chloe. But money? That's not one of them. Neither are muscles, and you can't wear out either one. His words weaken my knees. I want to believe them. Maybe I almost do. After the shower, I grab the stained comforter and head for the laundry room. He shows me where everything is. The least I can do is try to get the stain out. But when I step into the laundry room, my eyes go wide. This is a full-blown setup. Huge washer, folding table, drying racks. I grab some stain remover and start scrubbing the fabric in the sink. Killian appears in the doorway, leaning casually, just watching me. I hope this works, I say, glancing up as I let the fabric soak. If it doesn't, we'll get a new one. Maybe red this time, so next time it won't matter. I spin around. Next time? How long do you think I'm staying? He shrugs, casual. Could be a while. Mason moves fast, but the Russians are like Vegas cockroaches, tough to root out. You have a way with metaphors, I mutter, but my voice is softer as I add, and I didn't mean how long I'd stay here. I meant how long do you think? You know. Of course you're staying, he interrupts. You've got no protection at your place. There's no way you're going back there. Killian, I start, but he's already shaking his head. We don't have to move into one of Mason's fancy places, but you're not going back to that apartment with weak locks and silent roommates. I get that, but... If this is about control, yeah, I'm not exactly known for following rules. You can't boss me around, I say, chin lifting. Fair. He straightens too, standing firm. But I do appreciate your honesty, I say. At least I never have to guess what you're thinking. I lean back over the sink to press the comforter deeper into the water, but then he's there, arms around my waist, pressing his chest to my back. Thank you, he murmurs. I place my wet hands over his arms, letting the moment settle in. Maybe what I'm offering him, acceptance, is something rare for him. It's just a big leap to move in together when we've only just met, I say, looking back at him. Then let's take it one day at a time. That sounds reasonable. I can paint when I want, shower as long as I like, sleep beside Killian without thinking too far ahead. I'm hungry again. Want to eat something? You never ask. I like that, he says, brushing his lips against my hair. I could cook. Tonight, I've got it. You've done enough. He keeps one arm around me as he leads us toward the kitchen. What are you in the mood for? He asks. Pizza? Thai? Sushi? I snuggle closer, pressing my face into his chest. Pizza, definitely a carb night. He orders, and we settle into the couch, letting the glow of the Vegas skyline paint the room. Usually, Vegas feels gritty to me, hard edges and harder lives. But tonight, from here, it sparkles. I finally see why people fall in love with this place. It's been a strange, beautiful day. Part of me wants to press pause and relive it again tomorrow. But tomorrow's another story, and who knows what it'll bring.
Chapter 18. Killian. Sleeping next to Chloe in her bed was already something I didn't know I needed. But here in mine, it's better. She's still curled against me, her legs tangled with mine, her head tucked beneath my chin. Only now I'm not half hanging off the mattress, and there's enough blanket for us both. Luxury and closeness. Unexpected, but perfect. We turned in early, but it's well past 9 when we finally stir. I don't remember the last time I slept that deep, maybe years, and every time I did wake up, I went right back under, easy, like breathing. She's wearing one of my shirts, the hem bunched around her waist. My hand finds the smooth skin of her hip, then her belly. I'm not trying to start anything, not today. She'll need time to recover, but I can't resist touching her. She's soft and warm and real. I let out a breath, which blows her hair across my cheek. It tickles. I chuckle, low. Your hair's a menace. She murmurs, cracking one eye open. Did you just laugh? It's tickling me. Wait, are you ticklish? She tries to wiggle her fingers into my side, but I catch her hand with a growl. Don't you dare. She giggles, bright and unfiltered. I wrap my arm around her and pull her closer, spooning her tightly before mock-biting her shoulder. Her giggles turn to shrieks, kicking her feet like she's trying to escape. I laugh too, something I haven't done like this since I was a kid. But that thought sobers me. My childhood, the dark parts, rush in and steal the moment. She must see it on my face. Where did you just go? She asks softly. I start to roll away, but her hand stops me. Killian? Yeah? You want to know my favorite thing about you? I blink, surprised. That was a gear shift I didn't expect. My charming personality? She smirks. Not quite. My muscles? I flex a little, teasing. They make me feel safe, she says honestly. But no. I tilt my head. That I'm a man who sees monsters for what they are? You used to call yourself one of them, she says softly. I'm glad you're not doing that anymore. I am one, I reply, quieter. I start to get up, but her voice holds me. I like your honesty. I pause, glancing back. What? I like that you never lie to me, that I never have to guess what you're thinking. Even if it's hard, I can handle it because I know it's real. That knocks the wind out of me. No one's ever said that to me before. Ever. Everyone's always trying to fix me or avoid me. But Chloe? She sees me and stays. I launch myself back to her side, kissing her deeply, slowly, with thanks, with meaning, with everything I can't say. Her hands are in my hair, her legs winding around me, her body arching into mine. I trail kisses from her mouth to her jaw, then down her neck. I'm memorizing her skin, one freckle at a time. I kiss my way across her chest, taking my time, tasting her like she's sacred. Then I whisper, I'm going to know every inch of you. Her breath hitches. How long will that take? I grin. As long as it takes. But then she stiffens. And when you're done, I pause. You're staying here until it's safe. We already agreed. She nods, trying to stay casual. Right. Makes sense. I feel the shift between us, that flicker of fear. I know it well. Truth is, I've never cared about my own life much. But thinking about her being alone, that hits different. That I care about. I'll tell you what, I say, kissing her belly again. When I've mapped every last freckle, we'll reassess. She gives a small nod, but her voice is tight. You'll get tired of me first. No woman's ever made me feel more known, Chloe. That means something to me. She pulls me up, kisses me like she believes it. There's fire in it now, urgency. Her hands pull me close. Her legs hook around my waist. Love, it's too soon. Your body needs... I need you, Killian. She whispers, eyes searching mine. That's all it takes. Clothes come off. Bodies tangle. And when I slide into her, it's like we fit. Like I was meant to be right here. She gasps, eyes wide. Oh, wow. Yeah, I breathe, moving gently. Controlled, focused on her. She arches into me, her breath catching as her hands grab at my back, urging me deeper. I try to hold back, but she's asking for more, and I give it. She cries out, her voice sharp and raw, and when she finally clenches around me, I follow her, undone. Breathless, I hold her. That was... I start. I know, she says softly. Promise me something, she whispers. Anything. When it's over, when you're done with me, just be honest. I stroke her cheek, searching her eyes. I only meant I was going to finish kissing every inch of you. Got distracted, clearly. So we'll have to start over. What I don't say is this. I don't know if I'll ever be done with her. But maybe one day, she'll be done with me.
Chapter 19. Chloe. We finally drag ourselves out of bed and into the shower. Then I insist on making us breakfast, even if it's lunchtime. Killian's always feeding me. I want to return the favor. Once we're done eating, I take the dishes to the sink. Killian comes up behind me. You planning to paint today? Yeah, I say, glancing back. I think I'm going to tune out the world for the afternoon. Tomorrow, I'll need to grab more of my things from my place and quit the piano bar job since I start at Temptation on Tuesday. You going to call your boss? It's better if I tell him in person. I'm not someone who avoids hard conversations. Killian makes a low sound behind me. I don't like the idea. I'll go before they open, just staff. I'll take a cab and ask the driver to wait so I can leave right away. I'll come with you, he says, giving my hips a gentle squeeze. Tomorrow? I nod. Does that work for you? Yeah, that's good. He leans in and brushes his nose along my neck. I smile. What about you? Got plans today? I've got a meeting with Smith Brothers Real Estate. On a Sunday? I ask. I'm used to weekend shifts, but he runs his own business. That's the thing about being your own boss. Weekends don't really exist, especially not in real estate. I glance around the loft. This place must have cost a fortune. You wondering if I'm loaded? I nod sheepishly. When my brother inherited the dukedom, he paid off our father's debts and gave us a head start. We started with 10 million. My eyes widen. 10 million? We've grown it to almost $500 million now. He says it like we're discussing the weather. I clutch the sink to steady myself. That doesn't feel real. The Kincaids make us look broke, he shrugs. But like I said, you couldn't spend all my money if you tried. He grabs his keys from a table near the door. Knowing you wouldn't even make a dent. His words spin in my head. I think I understand it a bit more now, but for me, it's not about money. It's the feeling. My mom's husbands eventually saw that she only cared about what she could get from them. Killian stops, turns, and lifts me easily into his arms. You're the only woman who's ever made me feel seen. I know you don't see me as a credit card, and that matters. Oh, I whisper, I don't have any model for this kind of connection. He kisses me, sets me down gently, and heads out. I settle at my easel, thoughts of him swirling as I fill my palette and begin painting. I'm near the end now, shaping his body in deep blue tones, letting the light hit just right. I picture the lines of his shoulders, the tension in his jaw. I've left the eyes for last. They're not finished, but I know they'll hold all the light in the painting. Time vanishes as I lose myself in color, texture, and emotion. I'm pouring all of him into this piece. When we met, I thought Killian was red, fierce, and angry, but he's not. He's blue, calm, steady, deep. A knock startles me. My first thought is, don't open the door. Then I check my phone and see a message from Killian, sent 45 minutes ago. Rush is stopping by. Hello, I call. Chloe? A smooth voice answers. It's Rushton, Killian's brother. May I come in? I peek through the peephole. It's definitely the man from the coffee shop. I open the door. Hi. He steps in with a bright smile. Am I interrupting? Not at all. Why? He reaches out and touches my cheek. I flinch back, and he immediately shows me his paint-covered thumb. Sorry, just paint. I laugh. No worries, I probably look like a mess. You're fine, he chuckles. Killian didn't mention you being jumpy. He didn't? I raise a brow. That's surprising. Rush crosses his arms. Does he talk to you much? We talk. I answer vaguely. I don't know what Killian wants his family to know. He texted you were coming, I add, but not why. A new message from Killian pops up. I show it to Rush. He's checking on you, Rush says. Then he spots my painting. Whoa. I step in front of it, suddenly shy. I don't usually show people. It's incredible, he says, still staring. How serious are you two? That question knocks me off balance. I'm painting him, but it's not about time. He's just different. Rush nods. I feel it in your work. It's emotional. He hasn't seen it, I admit. Rush studies me, but I change the subject. Why did Killian send you? Security. He's worried about the Russians. Coming here? Something like that, Rush says, heading to the couch. You don't have to entertain me. I'm just hanging out while he finishes a meeting with Tristan and Mason. Mason? He's not in your business, is he? Yes and no. He built the tunnel project under Vegas. Everyone wants access, including us. You've got access? He nods. Thanks in part to Grizz's marriage. What about the Russians? They don't. I'm starting to piece it all together. And Preston used to be engaged to Arabella, then ended up with the Russians? Rush's face hardens. Pretty much. I get the feeling he doesn't want to talk more about it. So I pick up my brush. How long has all this been going on? Rush sighs. About 10 years. The Kincaids and Italians go back a ways. The Russians are newer. I shake my head. I need a chart to keep this straight. He laughs. Probably. We fall into silence, but then he asks, So, how serious are you and my brother? I pause. I don't really know. I've never done anything like this before. It's new. Rush nods. Killian doesn't do relationships either. That's why we're all watching closely. We've never even gone on a date, I mutter, but he told me I make him feel seen. What do you see in him? He thinks he's a void, I answer, but I see stars. The longer you look, the more light you find. Rush goes quiet. He talk about your parents? I ask. Not much. Too bad. Did he send you to dig into me? No, Rush says quickly. He'd be mad if he knew, but he's acting different, present. And then he does something like punch Preston, and I worry. I freeze. Punch? What happened?
Chapter 20. Killian. Tristan drums his fingers on the table. So, are we all in agreement? Time to sit down with the Russians? I shoot him a glare. If he thinks I'm going to sit across from Alexander after what he did to Chloe, he's out of his mind. I'm not going. Yes, you are, Tristan replies flatly. No. And not only that, you're going to play the bad cop, growl, intimidate. I am bad, and I'm no cop. I snap. Invite me, and blood will spill. Mason, silent until now, watches us calmly as Tristan slams his palm on the table. I know you can keep your cool, don't act like you can't. My jaw tightens. My restraint isn't the problem. His is. He put his hands on Chloe twice. I won't pretend that's okay. Ask me again and we'll have a real problem. Mason finally speaks. I appreciate the way you've handled things so far. I glance at him, expecting sarcasm, but his eyes are steady, sincere. That catches me off guard. You held back from killing Preston. You collected intelligence on the Russians. You even made Preston's death look accidental. That's helped us more than you know. I give a small nod. But, he continues, timing matters. Taking action against Alexander now would cost us. If we can convince them to cut ties with the Italians first, we can deal with them individually, one at a time. Strategically, he's right. Still, it doesn't sit well. Alexander made Chloe feel unsafe. Until he's out of the picture, I won't relax. Before I can respond, my phone buzzes. Rush. Yeah? I answer before the first ring ends. I screwed up, Rush says, voice tight. What happened? I'm on my feet, moving for the door. Killian? Tristan calls after me, but I ignore him. It's bad, Rush says, lower now. I told Chloe you took care of Preston. I freeze mid-stride. You told her what? Tristan bumps into me, having followed. I throw him a look that dares him to speak. I was trying to explain you've changed, Rush continues, but then it slipped. How did she take it? She locked herself in your bathroom. Damn it, I mutter, rage rising fast. Tristan's watching me closely now. What happened? I don't answer. The tension in my chest makes it hard to breathe. What's Chloe thinking right now? Rush keeps going. I tried to backpedal, said you just hit him, but I don't think she bought it. I hang up and shove the phone into my pocket. Tristan steps closer. What did Rush say to her? Not your business. It is if it affects all of us. I said I'll handle it. He grabs my shoulder. We need... I turn and punch him. He staggers back, shocked. Good. Let him know I'm serious. Mason stands outside the doorway, watching with arms crossed. His expression tells me he's calculating. He's powerful enough to end me if he thinks I'm a liability. But right now, that's not my concern. Chloe is. I head for the garage, taking the stairs 2 at a time. The second I'm behind the wheel, I push the limits, weaving through traffic to get home. The elevator ride feels eternal. I storm through my front door. Rush is pacing, his face pale. Chloe, I call, heading straight to the bedroom. Rush trails behind. I tried to fix it, he says. Said you only hit Preston. She didn't believe me. Too many brothers, I growl. Rush's phone rings. He stops to answer it as I move to the bathroom door. I knock hard. Chloe. No answer. Panic rises. I'll break the door down, I warn. Don't, she cries. Please don't. Her voice grounds me. I just need to know you're okay. Are you... Promise you're not going to... My heart clenches. Is she asking if I'd hurt her? Is that what you think of me? The lock clicks. The door opens slightly. Her eyes are red, swollen. I don't know what to think. What do you think I've done? I don't know. That's the problem. Everything's moving too fast. How can I trust what I don't understand? My heart sinks. What are you saying? I thought your honesty meant I could trust you, but I don't know you, Killian. She's right. She doesn't. I let out a guttural breath, pressing my hand to my forehead. She looks at me like everyone else does, like I'm dangerous. Don't look at me like that, I mutter. Like what? She whispers. Like you think I'm broken. If you're broken, then so am I, she says softly, tears falling. I don't fully understand what she means, but I know she can't leave. It's not just my heart. It's her safety. If something happened to her, I'd burn everything down. Chloe, I say, voice rough. She flinches. I think I should go back to my place. We need space. No, I say quickly. You're staying here. Her eyes widen. She backs away. Killian, don't scare me. I'm not trying to. I force my voice calm. Take the guest room. I won't come near you. Just stay. She studies me. You're really worried, aren't you? Of course I am. Tell me what happened with Preston. I can't. Not because I'm hiding things, because it involves others. You're safer not knowing. She bites her lip, thinking. I'll take the guest room. It's not what I want, but it's something. She's still here. Now I need to fix this, because I'm used to living in darkness. But Chloe? She deserves the light.
Chapter 21. Chloe. The guest room feels colder than I expected. Too quiet. I'm used to falling asleep against Killian's warmth, and without that comfort, sleep refuses to come. Around 1 in the morning, I finally sit up with a heavy sigh. I'm still so mad at him, and a little scared. Did he really have something to do with Preston's death? What exactly happened? I always knew Killian carried danger with him. It's obvious in the way he moves, how people respond to him. But I let myself believe that the danger wasn't for me. That maybe, in some twisted way, he was my monster. If he hurt Preston for me, what does that say about him? About me? And deep down, I can't forget how terrifying he was when we first met. He hasn't lost that edge, no matter how gentle he's been lately. The man who once manhandled me without thinking still exists beneath the surface. Loving someone like him feels like playing with fire, and I've never been one to take chances. I push out of bed and head toward the kitchen, hoping a glass of water will help. But the moment I open the door, I stop short. Killian is sitting against the wall, right across from the guest room. He looks up. Couldn't sleep? Something like that. I don't admit the truth as I walk past him toward the kitchen. He follows without saying a word. I grab a glass and fill it from the tap, ignoring the expensive water filter built into the fridge. I drink deeply. Why were you sitting out there? I didn't want you to feel alone. I raise an eyebrow. I'm in your home. What danger could I possibly be in? He doesn't answer, but there's something in his expression, something he's not saying. I turn to head back to the room and he follows again. I stop. Why are you trailing me like a shadow? His hand slides lightly down my back. I miss touching you. You promised, I remind him sharply, glancing over my shoulder. I did, and I'll keep my word, but that doesn't mean I'm not thinking about it. I narrow my eyes. What do you want, Killian? He leans in, his voice a whisper. I want to put my mouth on you until you forget everything else. My breath catches. That's not the answer I expected. A flush spreads through me before I can stop it. I don't think that's a good idea, I murmur, though even I can hear the hesitation. He presses against my back, his body warm and solid. His hand slides around to my stomach, anchoring me there. You don't have to do anything, just let me take care of you. Killian, I whisper, heart pounding, we're moving too fast. Then let me slow it down, one breath at a time. His hand slips under my nightgown, his fingers skimming over my underwear. My body arches into his touch. How bad was it? I ask, my voice trembling. What did you do to Preston? His body tenses. I'd do anything to protect you. That's the only answer I've got. His words don't explain everything, but they calm something inside me. Which room? His low growl is all the answer I need before he lifts me into his arms and carries me to his bedroom. He lays me on my stomach, legs dangling over the bed. In one smooth move, he pulls my underwear off, spreads my thighs, and lowers his mouth to my skin. A sharp cry escapes my lips as he holds me in place, his mouth working me over with focused intent. Killian, I gasp, breathless. Don't stop. He doesn't. Not until I'm trembling and on the edge of breaking apart. Then he pulls back. Can I finish on you? He asks, voice hoarse. No, I whisper, needing something more. In me. He strips quickly, then presses into me from behind. The angle steals my breath, filling me so deeply I can barely think. He moves slow, controlled, his grip on my hips firm. You feel like home, he rasps. I'd go to war for you. Tears prick my eyes. One of his hands slides between my legs, stroking gently. I think I might love you, I whisper before I can stop myself. He thrusts harder and I break apart completely, crying out as wave after wave crashes through me. He follows, groaning against my back. We collapse together, tangled and breathless. He doesn't move for a long time. Then he shifts, pulls the covers over us, and curls around me. You're the only woman I'll ever want, he says softly. His words are dangerous, addictive. They make me want to believe. But I also know loving someone like Killian isn't easy. It's like walking a tightrope with no net. Still, I fall asleep wrapped in him. Morning arrives, and I wake sore but satisfied. Good morning, Killian murmurs against my ear. Morning, I reply with a sleepy smile. Painting today. Sleeping first, I mumble, not ready to let go of the comfort just yet. Want me to make you something to eat? He offers. I touch his cheek. I'm good. but we both know we need to talk. There's still a distance between us, a sharp edge we brushed against and haven't quite moved past. You still planning to grab stuff from your place today? He asks. Yeah, I have to pay rent too. Why not just give it up? He says, his fingers tracing lazy circles on my hip. We said this was temporary, remember? He doesn't respond right away. What time do you want to go to the club? He asks, changing the subject. 9. That's when the manager gets there. I climb out of bed and head to the bathroom. Killian turns on the shower while I brush my teeth. These little moments, the domestic ones, they're so easy, it's easy to forget everything else. Got work today? I ask. Some paperwork. Maybe I'll paint while you do. I'll work at the counter. Be nice to share space. That surprises me. He started so guarded, and now he doesn't want to be in a separate room. All right, I say softly. We shower, slowly, and eat. I spend the day painting, and he works at the kitchen island. Hours pass peacefully. He disappears into his office for a bit, then returns and orders dinner. Mind if I turn on the TV? He asks. Go ahead. I'm nearly done with the piece. I turn the easel slightly, just enough to keep it a secret. As the news plays in the background, I hear Killian's phone ring. Tristan, he answers, voice tight. He walks toward his office. I stop painting, sensing tension. There's no issue, I hear him say. I've already explained. I try not to listen. Really, I do, but my curiosity is too strong. When I head to the sink to rinse my brush, the news catches my attention. The body of a man found in a local hotel room has been identified as Preston Wingate. My blood runs cold. An image of Preston flashes on screen, clean cut, all charm and smiles. But the headline hits like a brick. Found dead? An accident? My mind races. Killian. Friday night. He stayed with me until I fell asleep. My heart pounds as I connect the dots. I wipe my hands, grab my shoes, and step into the hallway before I can change my mind. The elevator dings as I press the button, and I slip inside, shaking, confused, and overwhelmed. I don't know where I'm going, but I need space. I need time. And I'm starting to think I've made a huge mistake.
Chapter 22. Killian. I hear the elevator chime just as Tristan's voice rings out through the phone. It's a serious problem that Chloe knows anything about Preston. You care about her, I get that. But you can't let someone you've known for days blow everything up. I don't answer. I hang up. Let him be angry. I've given my loyalty to my family for years, but Chloe? She's the one who's claimed my heart. That's not going to change. When I feel something, I don't do it halfway. I never have. I step out of my office. Her paints are still out. Her brushes soaking in the sink. But she's gone. The TV's still on. The newscaster's voice drifts through the room. An investigation is underway in the death of Preston Wingate. I glance up just in time to see that smug smile of his on screen. My stomach drops. I bolt to my bedroom. Empty. Chloe's not here. I pull on my boots and head for the elevator, jamming the button repeatedly. The doors open, finally, and I step inside. I need to find her. Vegas is a big city, but if she's alone, angry, and confused, there's no telling what could happen. Whatever she's thinking right now, she needs to hear the truth from me. Not a version, not a cover. The truth. And she needs to understand that whatever else I am, I'd never hurt her. The elevator takes forever. I should have taken the stairs. I hit the garage and run for the pilot. The second I'm in, I tear out onto the street. I start circling blocks, scanning the sidewalks, alleys, and bus stops. I don't know where she's going, just that she's out there somewhere with a head full of questions and a heart that might be breaking. 15 minutes pass. then 20. Nothing. She said she planned to go to the piano bar tonight. It's my only lead. I park several blocks away and approach the building on foot, staying in the shadows. If she's here, I'll spot her. And then, I do. Chloe rounds the corner, still wearing the same leggings and tank top she painted in. She looks small, arms wrapped around herself, but her steps are steady. Relief hits me hard. She's safe. But instead of going through the front, she turns and heads into the alley behind the building. My chest tightens. That alley has seen things, bad things, and Chloe's in it alone. Then I hear it, her scream, and I'm already running.
Chapter 23. Chloe. The alley is strangely quiet when I step into it. Usually on delivery nights, the kitchen door is open, people are coming and going, light spilling into the darkness. But not tonight. Monday is always slow. That's why I picked today. But now I'm second-guessing that choice. Quiet means alone. I pause, the hairs on my arms lifting. I wish Killian were with me, which is ridiculous considering I walked out without a word. But still, I can't help it. The thoughts about Preston won't stop spinning. The reporter had said it looked accidental, but all I can think about is the night Killian left, tucking me in and then heading out. I slow my steps. What really scares me about the idea of Killian having something to do with Preston's death? If I'm honest, there's a small part of me that feels safer knowing Preston is gone. If something happened to Alexander, I can't pretend I'd feel differently. But it's the unknown that rattles me. How far would Killian go? And would that fury ever turn my way? I've lived through that kind of fear before. I can't go through it again. I pause and draw a deep breath. What I know for sure? Killian is brutally honest. He doesn't sugarcoat his answers. He feels things deeply, differently. And when he gives everything. And when I asked if he would ever hurt me, he answered. Truthfully, I believed him then. My muscles finally begin to loosen. I think I still believe him now. I straighten my back and walk toward the rear entrance of the bar. I'll quit, then go home, to Killian. I don't need to know everything. I just need to trust who he is. But then I hear it, a low groan from the shadows. I freeze, squinting into the dark, and see someone slumped near the dumpster. I take a step forward. Another groan. Then a shape moves. I gasp and turn to run. But a hand clamps over my mouth. An arm locks around my body. If it isn't my favorite waitress. The voice, chilling, familiar. Alexander. My mind blanks. I can't move, can't breathe. He forces me toward the wall, past the unmoving body near the ground. I finally start to fight, twisting in his grip, but he's strong. My back slams into the brick, his weight crushing me in place. I let out a muffled cry, but his grip is iron. He leans close to my ear. You've been tempting me for too long, little princess. I look down. The body, there's blood. Did he kill someone? Is he going to kill me next? I thrash harder, panic rising in my throat. Then just like that, he's gone. Ripped away. My back hits the wall again as I turn in shock. Killian stands there. His hands are locked around Alexander's throat. Silent. Controlled. Deadly. He growls low. You thought you could put your hands on her? Alexander claws at him, sputtering. Stop! Now you want mercy? Killian snarls. Please? Killian drags him toward the dumpster. They disappear behind it. A loud crash follows, then silence. Killian reemerges alone. He kneels beside the bloodied man on the ground and tugs something from his hair. Evidence? He vanishes again. Sirens wail in the distance. Killian returns, coming straight to me. I can't move. I can barely think. He scoops me into his arms. I realize my leggings are still torn. He wraps me in his coat as he carries me out of the alley. Every sound makes him freeze. But we make it to his car. He sets me gently in the passenger seat and pulls the jacket tighter over my lap. He gets in and drives, careful, calculated. I think I'm going to be sick, I whisper. Can you wait 5 minutes? He asks softly. I'll try. His hand finds my cheek. The warmth makes the tears start. I lean into him. I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry he touched you. My chest shakes with sobs. What happens now? He looks ahead. I don't know, but I do know one thing. No one touches you. No one hurts you. Not while I'm breathing. I pull back, looking at him. Killian, would you ever hurt me? He doesn't flinch. Never. I need you to promise. He shakes his head. Not a promise, a vow. You could burn my life down, and I'd still give you everything. His voice doesn't waver, not once. I've put you in my will, he says. The loft. Everything I have. It's yours. What? I meant it. You're my forever, even if you don't choose me. Tears stream down my cheeks again. Killian. He pulls me in close. You're my light, Chloe. Always. I think you're mine too. Don't say that. Not yet. We reach the garage. He gets out, opens my door, and gently lifts me again. In the elevator, I stay pressed against him. Upstairs, he takes me to the bathroom and starts filling the tub. Then he helps me undress, never once rushing. I sink into the water, and he climbs in opposite me, his legs brushing mine. I'd never go to the police, I whisper. He's quiet. I don't trust them. Because of your stepfather? Yes. His voice drops low. If I had my way, he wouldn't be breathing. I've thought about it, I admit. Ending it. He shakes his head. You were made for more than violence. That's my burden, not yours. I meet his eyes. But some wounds need more than time. They need justice. His jaw flexes. Then he softens. I want to tell you everything, he says, about my past.
Chapter 24. Killian. The look in Chloe's eyes tells me everything. She saw a piece of the man I keep buried, and she's still here, still in this tub, sharing this quiet space with me. Somehow, that gives me hope. Hope that what I'm about to say won't scare her away. I take a deep breath, dragging my hands over my face. I've never told anyone what I'm about to reveal. Never thought I would. But Chloe asked for the truth. She deserves it, even if it pushes her away. I wasn't always like this, I begin. My mother used to say I was the happiest of her children. Chloe leans closer, eyes wide and open. I can see that there's something honest about your emotions. That word, honest, does something to my chest. No one talks about me that way. I reach for her hand, and she takes it. But I'm not clean, Chloe, I say quietly. There's darkness in me. For protecting me, she says, eyebrows drawn. I don't see anything wrong with that. You don't know everything I've done, and I'm not going to burden you with it. But I need you to know. My voice breaks off. These words are hard to say. They've been trapped in me for so long. I don't even know where to begin. She slides closer, settling her back against my chest, her presence grounding me. I wrap my arms around her and rest my chin on her head. This is better, I murmur. It is. I don't have to look her in the eye while I say it. That helps. I've never been afraid of anything, I tell her. But since meeting you, I've started to fear again. Not for myself, for you. Her voice is soft. You can tell me, Killian. My father wasn't around much when I was a kid. We lived on one estate, he managed the others, At least that's what they said. Later I found out it wasn't management. It was drugs, women, the works. Chloe doesn't interrupt. She just listens, quietly threading her fingers with mine. He came home once, looking sick, pale, always drunk. My older brothers shielded me from most of it, but I still remember one night, him trying to hurt my mom, and Tristan pinning him to the ground. Chloe shudders. I pull her tighter. Is this too much? I ask. Number, I've seen my mom hurt too, she says, voice steady. I close my eyes. I keep going. One night, I was playing outside. He came out and grabbed me, pulled me close, said I was a curse, that I was the reason he couldn't stay home, that I disgusted him. Chloe turns in my arms, facing me now, her hands cupping my jaw. Why would he say that? I forced the words out. He said my mother was raped, that I was the result. Her arms wrap around my neck. She kisses me gently. Again. Again. And I hold on to her like a man clinging to a lifeline. Maybe she doesn't fully grasp the weight of what I've told her. Maybe she does. Either way, her touch doesn't change. If anything, she holds me tighter. The water cools. She shivers. I turn on the tap again, add warmth, and grab the soap. I wash her gently. I need every part of her to feel clean and safe. Then I lift her out of the tub and carry her into the shower. We rinse. We scrub our hair. We don't speak. But it feels like something powerful passes between us. Afterward, I wrap her in a thick towel. She glances at me. What does your mother think about all this? I blink. I never told her. I keep my distance. Why? She asks. I didn't want to cause her more pain. Chloe frowns. Did she love you? I think so. She treated me the same as my brothers. She still tries to talk to you? I nod slowly. Then maybe let her choose what she can handle, Chloe says gently. She walks away, then returns in one of my shirts, wrapping her arms around my neck. You okay? Better than I thought. I kiss her again, soft and slow. I love you, I whisper. I love you too, she says. I go to change. Joggers, nothing fancy. That's when the knock hits. Who the hell? Tris, my brother growls from the other side. Open the damn door. I yank it open, already irritated. I don't show up at your place uninvited. You killed the guy we were told not to touch. He pushes in. Does Chloe know about Preston? Not the details. Alexander? I stay silent. You've known her days, Killian. I lunge, knock him down. Chloe stays. You treat her like Arabella or we're done. She's a waitress. She's mine. Tris rubs his face. Mason warned you. That Russian deal was delicate. Well, guess what? Alexander killed Vendetti, and I made it look like Vendetti got revenge. Tris blinks, then breaks into a grin. Why didn't you lead with that? I just did. Now leave. He hesitates. Killian. She knows too much. She won't say a word. She might, and if she does, don't make me choose, Tristan. He scowls, then storms out. But something stops me cold. The whir of helicopter blades. I glance out the window. A helicopter hovers and turns. A gunman stands inside. My heart slams. I dive behind the island just as bullets rip through the glass. Chapter 25. Killian. Glass shatters around me as gunfire rains through the loft. I see drywall burst apart, cabinets dent, tile explode off the backsplash. All I can do is take cover and pray Chloe's safe. Then I hear her scream. A roar tears from my chest, animal and raw. If anyone has hurt her, there won't be a corner of Vegas left standing. The front door slams open and Tristan appears, crouched with a pistol, returning fire. I can't tell if he hits the shooter or the helicopter, but the barrage stops and the chopper peels off into the sky. I'm up in a second, sprinting through the chaos toward the bedroom. I slam the door open. "Chloe!" She stands on the far side of the bed, trembling, her face red and tear-streaked. I rush to her. She throws herself into my arms. Her hands grip my hair, her whole body shakes, and the sound she makes, it breaks something inside me. Tristan's footsteps thud behind me, stopping at the doorway. Chloe's only wearing my shirt. I glare at him. "Blanket," I growl. He obeys, draping the comforter over her as gently as he can. "It's okay now, sweetheart," I whisper. "You're not hurt?" she manages. "I'm fine." She pulls back slightly, eyes darting to Tristan. "Are you okay?" He nods. "Barely." "Yeah." She turns to me again. Please tell me this wasn't because of me." "It wasn't," I say, voice low and certain. "But I went out. Alone. You told me not to." Tristan cuts in. "None of this is on you, Chloe." She leans into me again, hiding from the world. I lift her easily, walking to the dresser and pulling out pants for her. "Here, sweetheart, get dressed. I'm going to pack us a bag." She nods, wobbling into the bathroom. The moment the door clicks shut, I turn on Tristan. "Tell me this wasn't your doing." He snaps. "You're my brother." "No." I breathe deep. I have to clear my head. Emotions make me sloppy. "She knows nothing," I say. "I believe you." "She's my forever, Tristan. But yeah, she should have run from the start." "Would she go to the police?" "She doesn't trust them. And if she did, she knows nothing about the company. Only me. Only tonight." That could be enough. I'll take that hit if it comes. Everything I have goes to her anyway. He stares like I've lost my mind. But I don't care. Chloe comes out, dressed. She runs to me. I lift her again, one-handed, and start throwing clothes into a duffel. "I'll pack," Tristan offers. "Fast," I reply, heading into the bathroom to grab essentials. 5 minutes later, we're ready. Cash, clothes, everything we need. "Can you walk?" I ask her. She nods. "We've got to disappear for a while." Tears streak her cheeks. "Just don't leave me." "Never. I promised. Remember? You'll keep the monsters away? I'll end every single one of them." She melts into me. I kiss her head. "We've got to go." "Where?" "I've got safe houses." Tristan adds, "You could use masons." I glare. That's not happening. "You can reach me on the burner," I tell him, then lower Chloe to put sneakers on her feet. Tell Mom I love her, I say. Tristan blinks. You want me to call Mom? Yeah. I can't explain. I just hope she understands. As Tristan stands there stunned, I lead Chloe to the stairwell. We won't use the elevator. We won't use the car. We vanish into the shadows. Chapter 26. Tristan. I watch Killian vanish down the stairwell, and a heavy weight settles in my chest. It hits me. This might be the last time I see him, and it's probably my fault. I've spent years brushing off Killian's intensity, mistaking his directness for naivety. He says what he means and doesn't play games, and I've always assumed that made him blind to the world around him, but I misjudged him. Because when Killian sets his mind on something, nothing sways him. He moves like a ghost, unseen, unstoppable, and I pushed him away tonight by questioning the one thing he holds sacred. Chloe. Now he's gone. And if he doesn't want to be found, we won't find him. I remember the shift in him when we were kids. One day he was light, laughter, the easiest smile in the family. Then, overnight, he darkened. I never knew what caused it. He never said. But whatever it was, it changed him permanently. And now there's Chloe. If I'd forgotten how resolute Killian can be, I really didn't understand how deeply Chloe feels for him. There's no middle ground with those two. Only fire. I've seen a love like this once before. Arabella and Grizz. When she needed him most, she clung to him like a lifeline, and Grizz became something more than a man. He became unstoppable. Part of me wonders what that would feel like, to be that kind of man for someone. But I'm not. At least I didn't think I was. Killian, though? He's chosen Chloe, and if I stand in their way, I know exactly what he'll do. The truth is, Killian's always been the most dangerous of us. Mason might outplay us in business, Grizz might be the iron fist, but Killian walks through shadows like they're home, and right now, he needs me. Not as a handler, not as a boss, as a brother. I glance around the wreckage of his apartment. Glass litters the floor. Bullet holes pockmark the walls and cabinets. In the corner stands Chloe's easel. The canvas is turned, but I can see the edge, torn, pierced. I turn it around. The painting steals the breath from my lungs. It's Killian, but not just him. He's cosmic, like he's holding the weight of the world, the balance of the stars. It's raw and reverent. There's no question. Chloe doesn't just love him. He's her entire universe. I grab the painting. He might want this. I head down the stairs. They're long gone. I took too long. If another attack comes, I need to be gone too. I hit the garage, jump in my car, and call Mum. It's late in Derbyshire, but she answers. Tristan. Hey, Mum. Sorry it's late. You're never sorry unless it's bad. What happened? It's Killian. She gasps. Is he alive? He's alive, but he's in love. Tristan Thaddeus Smith, don't you dare joke. I'm serious. He's gone off grid. All for her. Tell me everything. So I do. I explain the change in him, the girl, the attack, and how I failed him tonight. She's quiet for a beat, then says, Who sent the hit? Russians, most likely. Mason? Unlikely. Grizz is married into their family, and Mason keeps it clean unless provoked. Still, if pushed, Killian could destroy them. She's calculating, like always. Call Mason, she says. But check your tail first. I will. And get me his burner number. I can't. Don't argue with your mother. I sigh. Fine. Should I send Winston? Number, I've got this. Don't lose him, Tristan. Bring my son back. I'll try. She hangs up. I follow her orders. I scan for tails, then dial Mason. He answers. Yeah? We need to talk. Secure location. He hesitates, then texts an address. I'm there in 5 minutes. The gate swings open like it's been waiting. I drive into the empty garage. A minute later, a second car rolls in. It's not Mason. Jake Kincaid steps out. I tense. He raises his hands. I come in peace. Mason didn't say you'd be here. He shrugs, turns a circle to show he's unarmed. I like your brother. I want him on my team. His recon work is unmatched. I could learn a lot. I blink. Not what I expected. Another car pulls in. Mason this time. But then, another engine. Grizz. Mason steps out. Jake told you about the cameras? My jaw clenches. He's here in good faith. So is Grizz. I cut to the point. Did you send that helicopter? Mason's eyes narrow. If I wanted Killian dead, I'd be smarter than that. Fair. Grizz joins us. What's going on? Killian was targeted. He's gone dark with Chloe. We won't find him unless he wants to be found, Grizz says. Mason nods. I got a message from Dmitry Ivanov. Video of Killian killing Alexander. The chopper was payback. Grizz turns to me, eyes sharp. Alexander? He tried to assault Chloe. Killian stopped him. A quiet falls. They understand. Every one of us would do the same. Would Killian take out the entire Bratva? Mason asks. He's not a hitman. Grizz's eyes find mine. We stick to the plan. Meet with the Russians. De-escalate. Did they see Alexander kill a Vendetti first? I ask. Mason perks up. So the Russians are already imploding. Good. Jake nods. Blame it on love. Offer them a second casino in the tunnel project to smooth things over. We all agree. We should have Killian there, I say. Why? Grizz asks. To scare them, Mason says. Let them see what happens if they cross him. He's right. But I don't know if I can convince Killian to come, or control him if I do.
Chapter 27, Chloe. We walk for what feels like forever. Ducking into alleys, slipping down quiet streets, moving through the shadows until I've lost all sense of where we are. Eventually, Killian stops at a door and pulls out a key. My brows lift as he unlocks it and ushers me inside. He secures it behind us, bolts clicking into place. We climb 2 flights of stairs, and he unlocks another door. Inside, he flicks on a single light. I blink. It's an apartment, compact, clean, fully furnished. A small kitchen to the left, a tidy living area to the right. Where are we? I ask, glancing into a narrow bathroom. One of my places, he says. I turn back to him. Didn't we just come from your apartment? I have 5, he replies casually. All of them are move-in ready? Naturally. He taps the bathroom door and kisses my forehead. Only one bathroom here. You go first. A million questions swirl in my mind, but exhaustion takes over. I nod and step inside. When I return, he's at the stove heating something from a sealed packet. What's that? I ask. Food, he replies. Not gourmet, but each apartment is stocked with 2 months of rations. The realization settles over me. Killian had this planned. Escape routes, safe houses, emergency supplies. And now I'm here with him, hidden from the world. I lower myself onto the couch, the weight of everything catching up to me. Someone tried to end us tonight. First me, then him. A laugh bubbles up unexpectedly, sharp and hollow. Chloe, he says gently. I wave it off. I'm fine. I'm not going to class tomorrow, am I? Or work? The air thickens around us. School has been my escape, my future. Now it's on pause. Tears press at my eyes. I choke back a sob. Sweetheart, he murmurs. I know it's not his fault. If Killian hadn't intervened, Alexander might have ended my life. But still, maybe I was naive to think I could be anything other than my past. I'm no better than her, I whisper. Who? My mother. That's not true. He crouches in front of me. I'm sorry. For what? For pulling you into this. You didn't sign up for chaos. I'm the one dragging you under. No, I say firmly, taking his hands. You didn't ruin anything. You've protected me. That's not the same. He stares at me like he's trying to believe me. Maybe, if you're wrong about yourself, I'm wrong about me too. That hits him. He pulls me close and kisses me, slow, claiming. When he finally pulls back, he whispers, I'm going to make this right. I didn't say you had to. I know, but I want to. You deserve better, Chloe. I'll find a way to give it to you. He returns to the stove. I eat what he prepares, not out of hunger, but because I know it matters to him. After dinner, he leads me to the bedroom. It's small, the bed modest but inviting. He helps me undress, then I slide under the covers. His hand brushes through my hair. Aren't you coming to bed? He kisses my forehead. Soon. I just need to make a call. I'll be right here. I nod, reassured by the sound of his voice as I drift off. I don't know how long I sleep, but I stir when I feel the mattress shift. Killian? It's me, baby. He pulls me into his arms, his hand warm on my stomach, his lips against my skin. What time is it? Late, he says. I don't ask questions. I know he won't give me answers, not because he's hiding things, but because he's shielding me. So instead, I wrap myself around him, and he pulls me closer. We lie there together, no words needed. There's something sacred in this quiet, something safe. And in this moment, that's all I need. Whatever comes tomorrow, we'll face it together. Chapter 28. Killian. Chloe's sleeping form is curled into mine, her breath steady and soft. I don't shift an inch. I want her to rest. While she was asleep last night, I secured her new identity. License, passport, credit cards. Everything she'd need to vanish if things turn bad. I brush a light kiss against her temple and breathe her in. Today's the pivot. We either carve a future here in Vegas, or I make sure she has one far from this life. For now, I'm soaking in the stillness, memorizing her touch, the weight of her hand on my chest. I gently move her hand to rest over my heart. I want her to know that every beat, every damn one, is for her. She stirs, shifts slightly, then settles again. I whisper promises of safety, of peace, of a life she deserves. I've already transferred millions into an offshore account. If I don't make it, Chloe won't be left scraping by. Then my phone buzzes. It's Tristan. I ignore it. Still, Chloe stirs. Who is it? No one. She shifts to glance at the screen. Tristan is no one? Right now, yeah. I tighten my arm around her. She doesn't know the full weight of what Tristan suggested. Doesn't know he once questioned if she should disappear altogether. The burner phone starts buzzing. Again. Pick up, she mumbles. My family's not exactly team us. Well, that makes sense, she sighs. We've known each other a week. I saw you do something permanent. They're scared, and maybe they're scared because they care. She peers up at me. I've never had that. Her words punch me in the chest. The burner rings again. I finally answer. What? Good morning, Tristan says, all polite calm. Get any sleep? Like a baby, I grumble, stepping into the kitchen. She's still asleep? He asks. Number she's giving me space, unlike you. Yesterday rattled you. Of course it did. That's what happens when someone reminds you what matters. There's silence on the line, then a shift in tone. Killian. What now? I was wrong about Chloe, about you. I didn't trust you when I should have. I narrow my eyes at the phone. Is this the part where you pretend you're not about to have me taken out? What? No! Why would you think? Because you're talking like you swapped personalities overnight. He sighs. I talked to Mom. That gets my attention. She said if anything happens to you, I'm cut off. Then I talked to Mason. He's had surveillance on all our properties. I didn't know. Now I believe him. A little. What do you want, Tristan? There's a meeting tonight. With the Russians. I need you there. No. You terrify them, Killian. That's your power. I want them to see it. We'll flip this deal and take their grip off Vegas, but only if you show up and remind them why they fear you. I pause. I don't trust this. But if Tristan's plan works, Chloe can stay. She can finish school. Build a life here. With me. All right, I say. I'll come. Seriously? You got a time and place? He gives me the details and we hang up. When I return to the bedroom, Chloe is watching me with sleepy, curious eyes. Everything okay? I crawl over her, settling above her. We've got a shot at clearing the Russians out of Vegas? She smiles, kisses me. I steel myself for the next part, but I need you to leave town. Her smile fades. What? Number? I'm safest with you. I kiss her again. If it goes bad, I need you far away. But I step away and return with a folder. New ID, travel cash, Swiss bank access, enough to keep you safe. She stares. How much? 20 million. Her jaw drops. What? I kept it low so you wouldn't be insulted. She tackles me, arms locked around my neck. I kiss her deeply, even as my mind races with logistics. I'm sending you to France. Art school's an option. Switzerland's nearby if you need anything. There's a contact in the folder, and my mother's info too. Your mom? She says, voice shaking. If you're pregnant, call her. She'll be there, no matter what my brothers think. I'm not leaving without you, she whispers. If all goes well, I'll be there in less than a day. If not, you stay gone, understand? Tears streak down her cheeks. I don't want to understand. But you do, I say gently, and I love you for it. She softens. She'll go. I know she will. Hidden in the lining of her suitcase are encrypted drives. If something happens to me, she'll know what to do. And Mason will know better than to gamble with my life. Now all that's left is to walk into the lion's den. Chapter 29. Killian. Saying goodbye to Chloe nearly tears me in half. She doesn't cry, but the emotion in her eyes says everything. As the cab driver glances impatiently at his watch, I press a lingering kiss to her lips. I'll see you in a day or two. Promise? She asks, squeezing my arms like she can anchor me to her. I'll do my best, sweetheart. I love you, she whispers, already knowing the weight I'm carrying. I love you too, I say, pulling her in one last time. Now go. She gives a slow nod, gets into the car, and I shut the door behind her. I stay there on the sidewalk, watching until the cab turns out of sight. Back upstairs, I gear up. The meeting tonight will be weapon-free, but I prepare anyway. 2 knives, 3 firearms, one hidden so close to my body, no scanner will pick it up. I move like a ghost through the streets, not heading straight to the office, but instead making a detour. Dimitri's house. I know his habits. From the shadows, I spot him by the window, lifting his daughter, Alina, into his arms. She's maybe 4. A car pulls up. The nanny climbs out, strikingly beautiful. I don't know their story, but the way Dimitri hovers tells me he's either involved or wants to be. I file that away. Once the nanny is safely upstairs, I vanish again. I reach our family offices early and watch from the shadows as the others arrive. First my brothers, then Mason's group, confident as ever. Finally, Dimitri and his men. I'm last. The elevator guard nods. Ken, I greet him, placing 3 of my guns and a knife on the tray. Planning a war? He jokes. Big day, I reply evenly. He scans me, but the pistol by my groin goes undetected. Just as planned. Once inside, I relocate the hidden gun to my waistband beneath my jacket. When the elevator doors open, all eyes turn. The man of the hour, Dimitri says, accent thicker than usual. I don't move from the threshold. That honor belongs to Preston Wingate. I turn to Mason. Preston told Dimitri every dirty secret in the alley behind the piano bar. I was listening. The color drains from both their faces. Good. I toss a flash drive to Tristan. That's everything Preston said, just so we're clear. They don't know how deep my surveillance runs. If I don't make it out, I say, my eyes shifting between Tristan, Mason, and Dimitri. One of Dimitri's men lunges at me. I catch the movement, twist his wrist, wrenching the blade free, and drag him back against me, one hand on his neck. Bad move, I growl. Killian, Tristan warns. But I focus on Dimitri. You want to explain this? You killed my cousin, Dimitri snaps. Yeah, and? That can't go unpunished. Shut it. I tighten my grip. The guy slumps. I let up, letting him breathe. There's footage, Dimitri says. Then you saw what Alexander did to Chloe, and what happened to the Vendetti. Your girl? Dimitri asks Tristan, looking stunned. The man in my arms stirs. I squeeze again. That's right. Now imagine someone waiting outside Alina's school with bad intentions. What would you do, Dimitri? He steps forward, rage in his eyes. And your nanny? I add. What would you do to protect her? His stare could kill. Too bad I'm still standing. I know things, Dimitri. Things Mason, my brother, even Luke Andriani might use. You think you're untouchable? You're not. I shove his man to the floor. What do you want? Dimitri growls. Tristan's unreadable. Mason, though. I catch the smirk. He's enjoying this. Honor your agreement. Stop playing both sides. And Chloe stays safe. You don't touch her. Don't even look her way. You're a monster, Dimitri sneers. I am. But I'm her monster. And that's the deal. You have my word, he spits. Alexander went rogue. Antonelli was a favor. He planned to move against Mason. Mason doesn't react. Shall we begin? The others nod. My work is done for now, but I stay. Knowledge is leverage. As I head for the meeting room, Jake stops me, handing over a folder. What's this? A job offer, he says with a wink. Join my team. You installed a camera at my door. I didn't touch the back. I respect shadows. He walks off. I glance down at the folder. Maybe it's time I stop hiding. Chloe deserves to live in the light. As for the Russians, they'll think twice before testing me again.
Chapter 30. Killian. The rest of the meeting unfolds like a well-oiled machine. Papers are signed. Agreements are locked in. I stand silently by the door, arms crossed, posted up like a warning. The bruised guy I dropped earlier shifts uncomfortably in his seat, his throat turning shades of violet. He'll be buttoning his collars all the way up for a while. The Russians file out, each of them meeting my stare as they pass. I don't blink. I don't nod. I just look. One by one they go. What's left is the core. Kincaid's and Smith's. I hold my position, strategic and practical. If things turn ugly, I've got the only way out behind me, and I'm blocking it. Killian, why don't you grab a seat? Tristan says from the head of the table. No. I'm not in the mood to pretend I've changed because I've fallen for someone. I don't explain myself. Mason leans back, arms resting casually on the armrests. You did well today. I narrow my eyes. Yesterday I was a liability. Chloe was too. He winces slightly. You forget, Mason. I was there when you decided Charlotte was yours. Barely a week in, and you shifted the entire operation around her. You remember how that went? I do. Then you know I'm following your playbook. And everyone thought you were reckless back then, too. I hear you, but I didn't go around killing people. Really? I push off the wall. You arranged Preston's exit, didn't you? And Alexander tried to hurt Chloe. If someone laid a hand on your wife, you wouldn't hesitate. He doesn't argue. I pull a second flash drive from my pocket and hold it up. This is the last time I justify anything. Either trust me or don't. But I won't keep explaining myself. I glance at Tristan. He lifts both hands. You're right. And I'm sorry. Publicly. I nod. A rare thing. A brother's apology. I'll take it. I toss the drive onto the table. Mason scoops it up. What's on here? He asks. Intel. Mostly on Ivan Ivanov. Dmitri's top enforcer. That gets Mason's attention. Jake chimes in. This is what makes Killian valuable. The depth of his planning. The foresight. Mason gives a short nod. They're playing roles. Jake's the diplomat. Mason's the hammer. I can play too, if it helps me learn from both. Mason tucks the drive into his shirt. How's the tunnel traffic? Revenue's doubled, Tristan says. Might taper later, but for now, we're reinvesting to tighten our grip. Mason agrees and shakes hands with my brothers. When he gets to me, he pauses, then extends his hand. I take it. I look forward to working with you. Grizz appears beside him. If Vegas turns into a war zone, I'm sending Arabella with Killian. Man's got safe houses, contingency plans. He turns deadly for the enemy, but soft for the women. Surprise flickers in Mason's eyes. He leans closer. Your father a bastard too? Worse than you can imagine. He smirks slightly. I might relate. He and Jake leave. I turn to go. Maybe I can catch Chloe before the plane takes off. Killian, Tristan calls. Hold on. I sigh. What is it now? He steps over and pulls a canvas from behind a table. Before I can process it, Riker speaks up. Killian? His tone halts me. Something's off. Yeah? I've been wondering about what you said earlier, about our father. My chest tightens. Riker rubs the back of his neck, hesitant. You ever think about why you and I look different than Tristan, Grizz, and Rush? I stare at him. I've kept quiet, out of respect for Mum, but she had an affair. My breath stutters. Killian, you and I, we share a different father. He was the love of Mum's life. No, I whisper. Riker approaches gently. Did you know? Is that what changed you? My throat constricts. He told me. Who? Tristan steps in. Our father. He told me I came from something horrible, that I was born of violence. Riker growls, tell us everything. And I do. For the first time, I speak of the night he twisted my identity, and somehow getting the words out helps. Chloe opened the door, but now it all pours out. My brothers are stunned. Jesus Christ, Riker breathes. Grizz steps forward. How the hell have you lived with that? No more blood, Tristan says quietly. We're moving you into a new role. I nod. I'm ready. Time to step into the light. Tristan hands me the painting. I rescued this. I stare at it. It's me. But how she sees me. Strong. Beautiful. Infinite. My fingers trace the bullet holes in the canvas. She loves you, Tristan says. Thinks you're a god, Rush adds. The best a man can hope for, Grizz mutters. I hold the painting close. It's time. So, I ask, any chance Mason lets me borrow his jet?
Chapter 31. Chloe. The overnight flight leaves me drained. I haven't really slept in days and I barely speak a word of French. So when I land, I simply show the cab driver the slip of paper with the address Killian gave me. When we arrive, I tug my suitcase up the path to a door framed in bright colors. It doesn't look like a hotel, more like someone's home. I raise my hand to knock, but before I can, the door swings open. A woman in a crisp uniform greets me. Miss Clark? She asks, her French-accented English precise. It takes me a second to remember. That's the name on the documents Killian provided. Yes. She smiles and motions me inside. The moment I step in, my breath catches. Through the back windows, I see the ocean stretching wide, the view stunning. Are you hungry, ma'am? She asks, dipping into a small curtsy. I turn to her, overwhelmed. No, just tired, thank you. She leads me upstairs. I haul my bag up the ornate wrought iron stairs, down a hallway to a room with a panoramic window. The bedroom is spacious, with a large bed that instantly makes me think of Killian. My chest tightens. Is he safe? What's happening back in Vegas? I left because I knew it would help him. Still, being apart feels wrong. Under any other circumstances, this place would feel magical. But without him, it's all muted. I shower, brush my teeth, and crawl under the covers. I try to sleep, but thoughts of Killian swirl through my mind. When I finally wake, the sun is setting. I push up from the bed and move toward the window. Outside, the sky burns with color. I grab my phone and head outside, toes sinking into warm sand, waves lapping gently nearby. I tilt my face to the sky. Please be okay, Killian, I whisper. Please come back to me. I already did. I spin around. There he is, standing behind me with that crooked, confident smile, arms open wide. He looks lighter somehow, brighter. I rush into his arms. He catches me, lifts me, and I wrap myself around him like I was made to be there. You came. I would have been here earlier, but I had to fly through England. Lost the tail on the way. Tail? He shakes his head. All handled. He carries me inside. Where are we going? I ask, breathless. To remind you that I've missed you. I laugh. It's only been a day and a half. Exactly. He shouts down the hallway for dinner in an hour and takes the stairs 2 at a time. Vegas? I ask. Handled. Russians are a slow burn, but you're safe. I don't press. Some answers are better left unspoken. He knows this house well. In the bedroom, he undresses me between kisses, gentle but desperate. When we're both bare, he lowers us to the bed. He moves over me, then stills. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Now? I laugh. Yes. He pulls a box from his pocket and cracks it open, still inside me. Chloe, will you marry me? I gasp. Inside is a dazzling diamond ring framed with emeralds. You're proposing? I am, he says, dropping the ring gently beside us. Because home isn't a place. It's wherever you are. Emotion floods me. Yes. Really? Yes. He kisses me, slow and full of meaning. We lose ourselves in each other. After he picks up the ring and slides it onto my finger, It glints in the dim light. He laces our fingers together and presses a kiss to my lips. He leans in close. So, how do you like your new house? I blink. My house? He grins. It's one of the perks of being Lady Killian. Lady? Oh, and my mom wants to meet you. Says you gave her son back. Before I can react, he tugs me toward the bathroom. What are we doing? Shower, then dinner. Questions aloud while I soap you up. The water's warm. He soaps my skin, and I finally ask, You saw your mother? I did. And? He's quiet for a moment. It was healing. And then he tells me everything. The lie his father fed him. The truth Riker uncovered. How he was made to feel like he came from darkness. My chest aches for him. I run my fingers through his hair, letting him rest against me. If we ever have children, he murmurs, we'll raise them in light, not lies. Yes, I say it with certainty. Promise. He looks up at me. Me too. Chapter 32. Killian. The next 3 days in the south of France feel like a dream. Chloe and I slow down. We stroll the beach, share meals, talk about the future, and live in the moment. There's no talk of danger, no shadows hanging over us. Just light and laughter and hope. Chloe called in sick to her professors. Since she never misses class, they were quick to grant extensions. I keep reminding her that she doesn't have to rush back. She can change majors, start fresh. She's got talent, real talent. But fear of failure has kept her playing it safe. I want her to be brave with her dreams. Lying back on a sun lounger, I watch her swim. Her skin glows gold under the sun, and even though France is more relaxed about topless beaches, she's kept her top on. Honestly, I prefer it that way. Fewer eyes on her. And yeah, the tan lines are kind of amazing. She wades to shore, twisting her hair up as she walks. 2 men pass and glance her way. I can't blame them. She's breathtaking. But I stand up anyway, tattoos on display, sending a clear message. They look away and move on. Just as I reach her, my phone rings. The break from constant alerts has been refreshing, but now that familiar vibration brings a ripple of tension. Chloe fishes it from the beach bag and hands it to me. I see Tristan's name. I hesitate, then answer. Yeah? Killian. His tone is clipped, serious. What's going on? I'm adding Mason to the call. Seconds later, Mason's voice joins in. Killian? Here. Chloe's gaze sharpens, concern etched across her face. I sit, squeeze her hand. Mason sighs. Temptation was hit last night. The club's gone. Chloe gasps softly, her hand covering her mouth. My jaw tightens. Who did it? We think the Russians, but nothing confirmed. 2 injured, no casualties. Total rebuild. That wasn't random. It's a warning shot. You need me back? We do, Tristan says. This was an escalation. I glance at Chloe. She already knows. No hesitation, just a small nod. My flight leaves tomorrow. I'll send the jet, Mason offers. I shake my head. I'll arrange it. Paris pickup. It'll take a day, train to Paris, then the flight. But keeping this place under wraps is important. Chloe needs somewhere safe. Got it. Thank you, Killian. Mason pauses. I know why you left. I take responsibility for pushing you out. I'm sorry. If you'd been there, this might not have happened. How bad is the damage? Structurally, a loss, but we're lucky no one died. The war lines are drawn. The Smiths and Kincaids will run Vegas together, and the Russians just made their move. Understood. When should the jet be there? Late tomorrow. We'll need the day to reach Paris. He chuckles. You're not giving anything away, are you? Never do. Fair enough. See you soon. He hangs up. Tristan's still on the line. You worried about Mason? No. I glance at Chloe, who's watching me closely. He has more reach, sure. But we've had royal training, and no one holds power like a royal. Tristan laughs. Enjoy your night with your queen. Call ended, I walk back to Chloe. She stretches in her chair, all soft curves and sun-kissed skin. This woman, She's my future. Not just tonight, for the rest of my life.
Epilogue. Tristan. 1 month later. Weddings aren't really my thing. Too much emotion, too many layers of sentiment. But when your brother is the groom, skipping it isn't an option. You may kiss the bride, the officiant says with a bright smile. Killian pulls Chloe into a kiss, clearly head over heels. I've never seen him like this before. Peaceful, lighter somehow. It's like Chloe flipped a switch in him. The moody, brooding version of my brother is gone, replaced by a man I barely recognize, but wouldn't mind knowing. Chloe fits into our world better than anyone could have predicted. Mom glances over her shoulder at me from the row ahead, her smile soft. Chloe's helped rebuild their relationship too, and I wouldn't be surprised if she becomes the favorite daughter-in-law. Not that I'm entering that race. I have no intention of adding another Mrs. Smith to the family lineup. My brothers and I are focused on building an empire in Vegas real estate. Serious relationships? Not on the schedule. I even have a rule, 30 days max. Any longer, and things start getting complicated. Still, seeing Killian settle down, I can't help but feel happy for him. Chloe keeps our mom in the loop, brings peace to Killian, and even made cookies for a recent board meeting. Watching my brother show up to the meeting with a plastic container of baked goods was priceless. He wasn't exactly embarrassed, but he was definitely awkward. Not that he shared any. She's mine, he said with a shrug. All of her. Rush raised a brow. You mean the cookies, right? You heard me, Killian said, unbothered. Now, Killian and Chloe face the crowd, holding hands high as applause rings out. Woot! I call out. And for once, I mean it. Their marriage not only makes them happy, it strengthens our business ties with the Kincaids. A win-win. The wedding's being held in one of Mason's luxury hotels, a peace offering and a strategic gesture. The room overlooks a private garden and pool, perfect for this small, elegant affair with only 20 guests. Our family is here, along with a few Kincaids, Chloe's friends, and her mother. Now that's a character. The moment she arrived, she began broadcasting her financial problems to anyone within earshot, starting with Killian, then moving on to the rest of us. I've dealt with her type before, always angling for sympathy, for a handout. The timing? At her daughter's wedding? Shameless. Right now, she's trying her luck with Rush. The shrimp at the reception was divine, she says, laying it on thick. We can't afford anything like that. Rush responds with a vague sound, which she mistakes for encouragement. It's been such a relief to get away for the weekend, she continues. I'd love to stay longer, but the hotel costs are steep. Rush stays silent as Killian and Chloe walk past. Barbara doesn't even glance at them. Instead, she keeps going. Don't you manage a few casinos? They must have hotels. Rush shrugs. I manage the casino floor. You'll want to speak with Riker about room comps. He said to talk to you, she insists. Rush slips past her. I follow, but she falls in step beside me. I bet you put your mother up in your hotels, she says. You seem like the type who takes care of family. I raise an eyebrow. My mother prefers her own space, so she bought a home in Vegas. She huffs, disappointed. Not my problem. I didn't lie. Mom likes privacy and made a smart investment. Killian and Chloe reach the glass doors leading to the garden. This room will be flipped for dinner while guests mingle outside. They kept it simple, not flashy, but classy. Chloe's floral choices, bright, bold, tropical, are vibrant and playful, perfectly matching the setting. Barbara clicks her tongue. Tacky. I grit my teeth. Tacky is asking your daughter's in-laws for freebies during the wedding. Most guests have drifted into the garden, sipping champagne and sampling oysters. A warm breeze filters in as I follow them. You, Barbara snaps, calling to a member of the setup crew. Is there anything besides champagne? I prefer Chardonnay. I turn, ready to redirect her to the bartender, but freeze. The woman she called out to is striking. Pale gray eyes, long lashes, hair pulled into a loose ponytail with a few strands framing her face. Slim yet curvy, dressed in a crisp white shirt and fitted black slacks. She flushes under my stare. Of course, ma'am. I'll get that right away. Then she's gone. Barbara hums in satisfaction and moves toward the oysters. I linger. I've seen beautiful women, but something about her demeanor, poised, quiet, graceful, holds my attention. When she returns, she glances around for Barbara. Let me, I offer, walking toward her. Instead of just taking the drink, I hand her a card with my number. She blinks. Sir? Call me. I don't know why. A date? A conversation? I just want to see those eyes again. Her cheeks flush. I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Kincaid has policies. Mason reappears. Tristan, you lost. His eyes narrow when he spots her. Honeya, is my partner bothering you? Her name, Honeya, catches my attention. Sounds like honey-ah. Sweet and dangerous. Interesting name, I murmur. She smiles politely. It's Persian, my mother's choice. Sorry for the delay, Mr. Kincaid. I'll make sure the tables are ready. You're fine, Mason says, but his tone sharpens toward me. Seems Triss was the distraction. That's my cue. Actually, I wanted to offer her a job. Mason's eyebrows rise. She's incredible, which is why I can't let you steal her. But, for Honeya's sake, I might allow it. Appreciate that, I reply, turning to her again. Her eyes widen in surprise. As I look her over one more time, I consider what role I could offer her. Maybe front desk, maybe hospitality. But this is a favor to Mason, which means I'll have to behave. Still, I wonder how long that resolve will last.
Epilogue 2. Chloe. 1 year later. I smoothed the skirt of my forest green dress, nervously adjusting the hemline. Are you sure this is the one? Killian walks up behind me, his eyes sweeping over my reflection. Well, he says, smirking, the urge to rip it off you and carry you to the vanity is strong. So yeah, I'd say it's perfect. Even after a year of marriage, he still knows how to make me blush. I brush my hair over one shoulder, nerves fluttering in my stomach. I wouldn't object, as long as we're quick. If we don't leave in 15 minutes, we'll miss the gallery opening. His grin deepens. Then he reaches for the zipper, sliding it down slowly. Artists are expected to be fashionably late. It's practically a tradition. As the dress pools at my feet, he carefully drapes it across the bed instead of letting it fall. A small, sweet gesture that proves even chaos can be softened with time. Underwear, he commands lightly, and I can't help but laugh. Okay, maybe not too softened. I shimmy out of my thong, and as I try to take off my heels to get it free, I hear his deep murmur. Don't you dare. Killian, I start to object. But he gently presses a hand between my shoulder blades, guiding me forward so I'm leaning over the back of the vanity chair. He kneels behind me and kisses the inside of my thigh, sending a shock wave of heat through my core. His lips move slowly, then surely, and suddenly I forget all about my nerves. True to his word, it's not long. He rises, slips out of his pants, and joins us together in a single fluid motion. I gasp as he stills, checking on me. You okay? Perfect, I whisper, breathless. He moves with intent, firm, focused, while keeping me steady with one hand. Our rhythm builds until I forget why I was ever anxious. When I unravel in his arms, his name slips from my lips. He follows, holding me as he rides the wave. I lean on the vanity, catching my breath. My makeup is a mess. He chuckles. I think you look incredible. You always say that, I tease, swatting at him. Let me fix it. He helps me up and kisses me. You've already done the hard part. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, I murmur. But if no one buys anything? Then I'll buy them all, he says without missing a beat. I give him a look. That's not the point. It kind of is, he says with a grin. I don't want your art in someone else's house. I laugh softly as he cleans me up and retrieves my thong from my heel. He slides it back up my legs like it's the most normal thing in the world. I reapply my eyeliner and lip gloss while he zips me into the dress again. Ready? He asks. Almost. One rule. He raises a brow. You can't start a fight tonight, not even if someone trashes my work. His jaw tenses. I can't promise that. Killian. I give him a look. Fine, he relents. But if someone tries to insult you, don't be surprised if we make tomorrow's headlines. I let out a laugh, nerves evaporating. Let's not test that theory. He pulls me into one more hug. I love you. I'm proud of you. I breathe him in, my husband, my fierce, loyal partner. Just past the door hangs the portrait I painted of him, torn from bullets but still standing, just like the man himself. He's my universe, my anchor, and as long as I have him, I'll shine with all the light he's given me.